There we go. Now we're on the right one. Hi, everybody. Yeah, Kate and Purple are here.
Yep.
Hi, Casey. Hi, Doc. Hey, Morton. How you doing? Yay! And here we can go for hours and hours and not give a shit because it's not the main show and we don't have to worry about rewatching it. Hey, I can always cut things out and put them up as clips later. Like a certain clip. Have you seen that clip at all, Kate, or do you not want to see that one when Darth Dawkins showed up in here?
I don't know. I don't think I saw. Wait,
Yeah,
I swear I was here for that.
you were here for that one. I don't know if you've watched it since then, just to for your memories, or
What?
because it was.
Why would I?
I watch it every now and then just to get a good laugh, just the way it went
Uh,
down. Yeah, because Neil was here, Russ was here, you were here, I was here, of course, and yeah, that was the nice thing about that. That is my most watched video to date.
yeah.
600 some views. I mean,
You
it's
know, he never did contact me back about that debate he wanted so bad.
yeah. That's the thing. I was going to ask you again because I know I had asked you maybe about a week later or something like that if he had ever contacted you. So he still has not. And
No.
I guess this is his modus operandi. He wants it now. He wants it now. Just
That's what she said.
yeah. Just to be a pain in the arse, It's I have a feeling that's what he
Yeah.
wants to do. Just be a
Well,
troll.
It is. A
he
couple
wants
other
he
people have
wants a
said that too.
spectacle. He wants that moment of drama,
Yeah,
basically.
yeah,
And when he's denied it, he acts like, "Oh, you're too scared."
yeah. And it's like scared nothing. We've got other shit to do.
Yeah.
Have you no concept of priorities? Oh,
Now, this is clearly someone who has no life.
clearly.
Well, nah. See, I hate some of the stereotypes people get into like that, where someone has no life just because they're obnoxious, and I disagree with that. Or if someone's really rabidly anti-gay, well, clearly they're compensating for being gay themselves. We know that statistically can't be true. I mean, goodness knows there's people out there who are going to say, I'm obnoxious and have no life. And I'm like, well, that's not true. I'm just obnoxious.
I would have said it if she hadn't.
Own
But
it,
clearly, you
Kate.
have a life. You've got videos showing you do a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, if anybody's got no life, it's me. I got to get better at the videos. But that's beside the point. It's just a matter of what's been happening lately. Where are I want to make sure that my soundboard is working right. That's something I discovered today, um, much to my consternation. The headphones I'm wearing at the moment are Bluetooth headphones, as well as they can have a cord or a cable going over to cord. God, that's so old. Going over to the machine. I'm using the cable now because I have found out that although I can get the headphones set up with Bluetooth, the next time I turn the machine on, it screws up my video card. That's always nice.
Yeah.
Wait, what are you using that's Bluetooth?
Uh, the headphones here,
Oh,
and
I don't have anything that's not wired into my computer.
yeah, because I had got the Bluetooth just to be able to go over the coffee maker and pour another
Yeah.
one. And this cable they gave me with the headset is a little on the short side as well. Um, it's only about 3 feet. It barely makes it over to my machine.
Incoming transmission!
Well, can't you get an extender cable for it?
I haven't started looking yet. I'm going to start looking and see what I can do about that. Um, an extender cable would be nice,
Yeah.
but the
Yeah.
yeah the I bought a Bluetooth adapter, a dongle for the machine. Actually figured out how to get it set up in Ubuntu. But it does two things. Number one, if there is a
Merciful Zeus, Rob, stop messaging me.
okay.
All right, I don't know if you can hear my phone going
Yes, I
off.
can. I was wondering what that was. I didn't know if it was
Yeah,
feedback
I was
here on
wondering
the
what it.
line, but no. No.
So,
But if the Bluetooth is, if I have an external hard drive on the USB, and then I plug the dongle in, the dongle throws the drive off the bus, right in the middle of what it's doing, and which is usually not the greatest thing for the file system.
No, you tend to get a lot of corrupted files that way.
Yeah. So I found that out the hard way on one of them, and then the other thing is I'll stick the dongle in. I'll get the headset set up and connected, and everything's going fine. And turn the machine off at the end of the day. And the next time I turn the machine on, it's telling me that I can't set the video card up. And then I have to go through the thing about do you want to try the the emergency mode, or do you want to try setting it up normally again? And well, I'll try setting it up normally again, and then I'll have to log into my account and then shut everything back down, and then when I turn it on the next time, it's fine. But yeah, inserting the dongle in there, I figured out that's what does it. And I know, I'm the stubborn one. I'm the one using Ubuntu rather than Windblows. Oh, thank you, Casey. I'll check that. See what we got here.
I'm wondering if maybe I can't hear anything means my phone when it was going off. I don't know.
Wait, who's saying it? Are you can't hear anything, or they can't hear?
No. I'm
No, they
saying
can hear.
Okay. No, I mean someone when you said, never mind. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. It doesn't matter.
Okay. That one will not do. This is really weird here. This has two different sizes of plug. The one on the headset is smaller than the one that goes into the machine. I think the one going into the machine is a 3.5. This one might be a 3. But they are definitely not the same size. I will check to make sure. But yeah,
That's weird. I thought everything was standard 3.5 now.
that's what I thought too. Yeah, I keep running into weird shit. Maybe they did this just to be pains in the arse. Wouldn't be the first time. You have to buy your stuff only from us.
Yep. Yeah, a lot of companies do that. They put in a weird sized plug so you can only buy accessories from them.
Well, what always used to piss me off was how like Apple devices, you couldn't open and customize them.
Okay.
You know? You couldn't take a Macintosh and pull out the video card or something and put in a better one. Like with Apple, they would make it so you'd have to buy a whole new machine
Yes.
instead of like modifying.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything was soldered into slots.
And that drives me nuts because
That's why I never bought an Apple machine.
No, me neither. I mean, I remember looking at and this was a long time ago, my 256 color PC that I could modify.
A long time ago.
Right. and with a 2-button mouse, and it could play a shit ton of games, versus the black and white Macintosh with the 1-button mouse that was not a gaming machine in any way. And I was like, yeah, I'm just not buying Apple computers. It's not going to happen. Screw that crap.
Yeah, and I'm not for that because I like to build my own computers. I just like to. Um, both the computers I have on my desk I built. One of them 3 years ago, and one of them 7 months ago. And it was nice picking everything out to build it the way I wanted it. And I look around at, like places like Worst Buy and other places where you can buy the pre built machines and everything with WinCrap installed on them and all that already. I cannot I cannot buy a machine like mine at any price at Worst Buy. Because I put, well, there are 2 hard drives in this, and the one I'm using right now, well, both of my machines have 2 hard drives. The OS lives on half of a 1 terabyte drive. The home directory lives on a 4 terabyte drive in this machine, 3 terabyte drive in the other one. Um, I picked out a fairly nice video card on this one. I was going for performance, but I still had price in mind because I couldn't afford to spend $2,500 on a video card, let's face it, okay? I didn't spend that much on the entire machine. But the one I got was a pretty good one, a couple $100. Um, I did get the best processor I could find. Um, and just put it together. And here I'm running it, and it runs fairly well until I ask it to do certain things, like use Bluetooth. Oh,
Yeah, I had thought mine had Bluetooth in it, and I bought a set of Bluetooth earbuds to realize that no, it isn't.
The
So
one reason I would consider, and I don't even know if you can do this, and maybe there's a way to do it that I don't know, but the only reason I would ever get something Bluetooth for my computer is to be able to like transfer photos from my phone directly instead of having to like hook it up or send the photos over the internet or something. Because there's so many times where like I'm on Facebook and someone says like there's one of those memes, post the 10th picture in your gallery, like they're assuming that you only look at Facebook using your damn phone.
yeah, uh-huh.
And I'm like, well, to post my 10th picture in my photo gallery on my phone, I would have to find the photo, send it to myself on email, then like download it off of Gmail, because they won't let you just copy the photo. You have to download it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just such a pain in the ass,
Yes.
right? So I'm sitting here thinking it'd be great to have some sort of Bluetooth thing with my phone where I put that little tiny dongly chip thing, that little small one, into my computer somewhere and just go, okay, phone, send this to the desktop.
You mean this one, huh? The that looks like a it
Yeah,
goes
one
onto
of those
it
tiny
goes
little
onto the
things.
universal serial bus.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, this was $20 at Worst Buy. And maybe the problem is this piece of equipment itself. It could be that, it could be the Bluetooth driver on Ubuntu 16, because I'm still not liking 18.
yeah,
There are a few
Why,
things.
why do they call it Ubuntu? It sounds like some sort of African tribe.
I think that's the point of it. I
Oh,
I think
I think it actually was an African tribe.
yeah, that's it's either an African tribe or an African word. Let me find out. What does
But Kate, what you were saying, I do think that they have phone apps that'll do that if you've got Bluetooth in the computer.
Mm.
Okay.
Well,
Here,
maybe I'll try it.
here we go. I looked it up and dictionary.com threw it back at me. And it's what I remember the Ubuntu people saying. Ubuntu is a noun, which a quality that includes the essential human virtues, compassion, and humanity.
So it's not actually a tribe then.
No,
Okay.
I guess it's a quality.
Okay.
So,
So as an operating system, they're saying it's giving your computer the quality of humanity.
yeah, a compassionate computer.
See, I wish that we had AI that you could actually chat with. You know,
So do
something that
I.
real personality.
Yeah, I sometimes think, with the science fiction stories that used to appear of, the androids and the thinking and the free will robots and a whole bit like this. And I sometimes dream about building a robotic companion, that had intelligence and could chat and evince emotions and a whole bit like this. And with my luck, it would decide it hated me.
Well, I've often had even some slightly bitter arguments with people about the nature of the self and free will and all of that, and whether or not a machine can be a person. And I keep having to explain to people we are meat machines.
Yes.
So what does the material matter when it comes to being a person? And some people cannot let go of this biology centric view they have of people.
Yeah, it appears that they are hanging on to this vitalism, where there's a vital spirit somehow that animates the
Mhm.
meat. And we already know that's not the case.
Well, it's all in the belief that we have a spirit or a soul.
Yeah.
And oh, I've had arguments about that one with people too.
Mm,
Well, I mean,
um,
I'm part of a cat group on Facebook. You know, just people who think cats are awesome.
meow.
And someone posted, "Do you think cats have souls?" I do, and I was like, they're even assuming there's such a thing like humans have souls, but do our cats? And I was like, do I really want to start this shit on a cat group?
Cats do, humans don't.
Oh, there you are. Yeah, the cats are more compassionate than the humans. Um, Now, if you want to ask, do the cats have personalities? Oh, absolutely.
Oh,
Yeah.
for certain.
I have been had by cats over half my life, and I think that they are they are more human than humans are. You know,
Wow.
well, the way I like to tell people, when they look at, say, say a chimpanzee embracing a younger chimpanzee or something like that. Oh, how much they're like us. And it's like, no, we are like them.
We're like each other.
Okay, I'll give you that. Yeah, cats are awesome, absolutely, and they definitely have free will. Yep.
I see, and there I disagree because I don't think free will exists in the first place for anybody.
Well, I kind of take Hitchens' view where we have free will, we really have no choice about it.
I still disagree because I mean, I guess it depends how you define free will, but I don't think that we can do anything other than what our biology makes us do.
Oh, right, right.
So I
Um,
don't think I don't see how that can be free will in any sense whatsoever.
um, how am I going at this? I think I might, if I can say this right, I'm defining free will as a sort of pseudo random number generator that's inserted into the personality, where for the same input on two different trials, you're not necessarily going to get the same result.
Why not?
Well, for one, I might choose chocolate ice cream today and vanilla tomorrow.
And what prompted that choice?
My desire for the one or the other.
And where did that desire come from?
And that came somewhere as an emergent property of the meat machine. This thing called preference. And I like them both. The preference is there for both of them, kind of a 50-50. So it's a coin flip.
It still doesn't really answer my question, doesn't address the point
Okay.
of where the desire came from in more of a material sense. Because as I see it, it's the brain doing it.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah.
but that's the thing is, if it was the exact same circumstances and like everything would turn out exactly the same, because the only way to get a different outcome is to have different circumstances, right? So it seems to me that if we have any kind of will whatsoever, it's 100% generated by the brain. You will not get different results under exactly the same circumstances ever.
So you're looking at something that's completely deterministic, basically.
Basically, yes.
Okay.
Which means I don't think we have free will
And
at all.
I can see where you're coming from with that. You might actually have a point with it. I may be full of BS. It's never happened before that I've been full of it, right?
Well,
I take the stance that I don't know if I have free will, but it's better to behave under the belief that I do.
Oh, let's see. Okay, you set another chord. Should be the right one now. Let's find out. Let us determine whether or not this is. Dum 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 dum. Yeah, that might be it. That might be the one. 2.5 to 3.5. The two certainly look close enough. Yeah, that should be. I'm just curious how much you want for it. Shouldn't be over $10, right? No, it's $8.90. I may order it today. Yeah, that looks like it. I don't have the what's the word for it? What passes for the instruction manual? Or wait a minute. There's what passes for the instruction manual. What they have in here. Oh, and that's the other stuff. I'm going to have to look through the stuff in here. I've got things to do that I haven't done yet. And I need to do them such that I don't lose out on shit. That would not be good. I'm not seeing it right. Wait a minute. No, I'm not seeing it right offhand, but I do think that second one is the one. I do. Yeah, I'll look through this stuff a little closer. But yeah, thank you, many much. Lord, okay, you go back in there. Yeah, this has been one of those months where I haven't been on top of everything, and I risk falling behind, and I don't want to do that. I'm sure nobody else has had anything like that happen, because everybody else is so much more organized than I am.
it's this thing we do.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm pretty not organized myself. Well, no, I take that back. I'm very well organized. What I am is a procrastinator.
Oh, yeah. Now, my problem, and you know this is coming, is I would procrastinate, but I just never get around to it.
I came up with a simple system to organize everything in my house. I put a sign on the front door that says miscellaneous.
I like it. Yeah.
Place for everything, and if it's in its place, I'll never find it.
Oh, well, that always happens to me. I tell people all the time, if you want to hide something from me, put it in plain sight.
Yeah.
Because it was just a couple days ago that I was looking for something at the local Squall Mart. You know, hi, do you have? Oh, I remember. It was lens paper I was looking for. And hi, Squall Mart person, do you have lens paper? Yeah, right behind you. So, oh, happened again.
Yeah, I actually had something like that happen not too long ago. I was at Trader Joe's, was the only place I could find those, and I'll mispronounce this badly, the Stroop waffles, which I think is Stroopwafels or something. I don't know. But it was the only place I could find them. But I couldn't find them when I was in there. I was asking the guy, like, hey, where's your cookie aisle? And I was actually staring right at it when I was asking
All
him.
right.
But then I was like, yeah, okay, yeah, it's behind you, but I need this specific thing here. And so, yeah, but I don't know. It happened.
Yeah, it was because I all I had to do was follow his finger, and there it was right over my shoulder, and I had been looking right at it. And this is the thing. Sometimes I wonder if there's a little uh, cognitive bolt missing somewhere up here, where I will, as I look back on it, I will realize that I have been looking right at something. This my my buck knife. I could be holding it and I could be looking right at it, and it's not there. I'm not seeing it at all.
Well, I mean, okay, I've had moments like that, but also when I'm at my supermarket, they have organized things in the most insane way
Uh huh.
where like you'll have one product that is almost exactly the same as another product, but because it's a different brand, they've put it like 3 shelves away.
Yeah.
And I'm
Yeah.
like, what the fuck's wrong with you people? You know, if you're gonna have the regular Cheerios and the generic Cheerios, put them next to each other, you fucker.
Yes. And then
Oh,
when is it you're looking for a particular sauce that you put on your pasta, and because other people might put it on something else, they keep it with the something else instead of the pasta.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. Um,
Been there, done that.
but my thing is, I go to the cheap ass grocery stores anyway, so their inventory is a little bit unreliable because what they have this week, some of the items they might not have next week, simply because they didn't, they got a good deal on them last week, so they bought some, and this week they didn't get the deal, so they didn't buy any. Something like that.
Well, and there's stuff that you just plain can't find in brick and mortar stores anymore, and that pisses me off.
Yeah.
But one thing I've noticed, actually, which is really weird, is there's a lot of generic brands that are genuinely better than the name brand stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah. It
And
does
I'm like,
happen.
I'm paying less and it's better. Sign me the fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Um, I mean, when I do have the stuff, the if not generic, then the off-brand chocolate hazelnut spread is pretty darn decent, and it doesn't cost, like half my salary for the Nutella.
Yeah.
One thing I miss moving back to the Midwest is we don't have Wegmans. I found a lot of stuff that the Wegmans brand was better than the national brands, and it cost a lot less.
Okay, I never got to know about Wegmans.
Oh, it's a grocery chain, but I'm surprised they don't have some by you because they're in like 13 states from the East Coast into Ohio.
Yeah,
I think we used to have those in New York State when I was going to college. I mean, I know I've been to a Wegmans. I forget where it was, but I'm pretty sure it was college.
Yeah, well, that's when I was living in central New York. That's where I shopped a lot.
Yeah.
yeah. Here in Pittsburgh, the Giant Eagle chain does a really good job of coming close to a monopoly. I mean, they're not quite a monopoly, but they're really trying. They have already forced a couple smaller chains out of business.
Oh, what Mark says, yes, where it's one shelf up and you can't even, like, you don't know. Like that one item
Yeah,
is somewhere and you're looking right at everything else that's just like it. And you're like, well, this should be next to it, shouldn't it? And yeah, it's above it or below it is worse, actually.
yeah. Especially, well, above is a bad thing for the vertically challenged folks. I mean, it's nice to be 5'9", well, 5'8" later in the day, but that's beside the point. I can reach the stuff up there, but the kids that are like 5'2" have a problem with that.
Yeah, I mean, I've been through the store and seen some people who are like scary short. And they clearly don't have some sort of dwarfism or whatever. They're just that short.
Yeah,
And I'm
Yep.
like, how do you reach these items? Like how do you not have a service giraffe or something to help you get this stuff? You
Well,
know?
perfect.
Sloth Girl is 4'11 and a half, and she won't let you forget that half inch because she's almost 5 foot.
Yeah. One thing I'm actually, I mean, I'm not proud about it because that would be silly, but I'm amused to know that I am exactly the same height as Xena.
Oh, what is it? 5'9.5" or 5'9 3/4"? Okay, and a half. I
Five
thought it
nine.
was a half. Um,
And I'm just like, that's awesome. Me and Xena, woot, you know.
and then Casey is vertically challenged. Okay. Oh, Doc Fearsome, have I ever looked at my watch, look away, and I don't know what time it is? All the time.
That one doesn't happen to me.
What I think I need to do at some point, though, as far as telling time, find some wall space around here, and I need to put up the half dozen clocks, each set to a different time zone. Like, okay, so it's this time in Brisbane, and it's this time in Johannesburg, and
Yeah,
because I have friends in all these places, so I have to know what time it is when we'll talk.
I know what you mean. I was kind of thinking the same thing, except I'm just going to have a list of who's there because this is Robert X and this is Nacha and Mark Caesar.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there you go, right there. Natja is eastern bulge of Australia. Robert X and Mark are in Perth, if I remember correctly. And then Terry, Terry Davies, right?
I
Yeah.
don't,
I
unless
Yeah,
I
I've
know
been
him
in a
by,
few chats for
unless I
Terry.
know him by a different name, I don't know him.
okay, because he's I think from somewhere in New South Wales, a little bit west of Sydney.
I thought he was actually New Zealand.
Oh, Terry.
Yeah.
No, no, no.
Okay.
No, New Zealand is Gorgon opposite. Oh, Robert
Okay.
X is in Germany. Sorry about that. Sorry, Robert. I thought you were in Perth for some reason.
You know, I don't know if I've got some wacky form of like OCD or something, but I really, really hate New Zealand for exactly one reason. Its name. Because every time, and I mean every time someone says New Zealand, my brain goes, there's a New Zealand every time. And I can't help it. And sometimes I want to just say it to get it out. But it's such an old joke, and I have figured out where Old Zealand was. It's in the Netherlands. But it's just one of those things where it's like, shut up, brain. I don't need that joke again, and nobody wants to hear it again. It's stupid still, but I can't help it. Can't
I
help
had
it.
actually wondered where the original Zealand was.
And it's in the Netherlands. It's kind of like every time someone says sub anything, like a subwoofer, my brain tries to figure out a different kind of ship. Like, oh, there's an aircraft carrier woofer too. And I'm just like so sick of my brain. Like, I wish I could shut it off sometimes.
Yeah,
Just
mine
tell
has
my
a lot of
brain
shit
knock
like
it off.
that too.
So,
Okay, now there's an interesting one, Mark. Yeah, you were 6'4", now you're 6'2". Well, I'm getting shorter as I'm getting older, and time of day has a little bit to do with it for me. As I think I said before, I'm taller when I first get out of the bed. Well, that one's easy because when you're standing, the spine compresses a little bit with the intervertebral pads.
Yeah.
Uh,
That's actually true for everyone.
mm-hmm.
Everybody's, probably about a half-inch taller when they first get out of bed than they are at the end of the night.
Yeah. Subwoofer is a small dog. Yeah, that's. Let's see now. A subwoofer. Is there a dom woofer as well?
nah,
No, huh? No, there's no free will. Will is very expensive.
yeah. Although I can get you a coupon for 20% off.
Ah, sold.
If I take it in on Wednesday, do they double the coupons?
Do they even do that anymore? The double coupon days?
Some stores.
Okay.
Mostly it's some smaller grocers I've seen at none of the big chains.
And I'm trying to remember, there was a reason that going grocery shopping on I think it was a Wednesday, was the way to do it. Was that because that's when they got a bunch of new stuff in or something? I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, a lot of it varies from store to store. And
Yeah.
if you know what day like the trucks come in with the fresh produce, you can get better stuff that way.
Oh man, I forget what fresh produce is like.
Yeah, so do I.
I prefer the well-behaved produce, frankly.
Oh my. But
See, that's the kind of place my brain goes.
Yeah.
Anytime someone says something where I can turn it into something else, my brain will do it completely unbidden, can't help it.
Yeah.
You should hear the ones I don't say.
I'd love to.
Well, I'm in such a backwater town that with the distribution system, by the time any produce gets into the grocery store here, it's already a week old.
Okay. Now wait a minute. Over 60s discount on which? On Will?
On Will.
Okay. Oh man.
Does that mean I have to be over 60 or that Will has to be over 60?
Yeah. Hard to tell. Orange Wednesday.
Okay, so now I'm wondering what Riker would look like at 60.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Well, wait a minute. I am going to look something up just for the heck of it. There we go. Actually, you would have to back up 6 years to know what he looked like at 60.
Really?
Fun of all knowledge, this Jonathan Frakes is 66 years old. For once, somebody older than I am.
Yeah, well, that means he's more than 10 years older than me, and that surprises me.
Yeah, 19 August 1952.
You're older than me.
Who's older than what? No,
All of you, older than me.
yeah. Oh, absolutely. I know that. That's one of the problems, damn it. Uh, yeah. So, yeah, he's about not quite, but almost 5 years older than I am.
One thing that is kind of funny and also kind of annoying that people have been doing lately on Facebook is trying to make me feel old. They're like, I mean, I'll mention something from my childhood or whatever, and they're all like, oh gosh, Kate, you're just feeling old now, aren't you? And I'm like, no, I'm not fucking feeling old. I'm missing something I loved once. That doesn't mean I'm feeling old. I'm
Yeah.
like, stop trying to, it feels like they're trying to shore up their own insecurities by making me feel elderly. And I'm like,
I
I mean,
wouldn't be
I've
surprised.
still got plenty of energy and I look pretty young.
Yes, you
And
do.
so stop trying to do that shit, you assholes.
Um,
So,
I can tell you though that I mean, even given current situations and everything, I don't feel old. Well, we've talked about this, Kate. I don't feel what I saw as old when I was 8 years old. Well, shit, I don't feel much different now than I did at 35. To tell you the
Yeah.
absolute truth.
Well, that's the thing. Until you're like 20, 25, 40 or 50 seems like somebody really old. But it's like once you
eh,
get past 25, 30, then the extra years don't seem to make much difference anymore.
I don't know. To me, someone who's 50 still seems old. But then, I mean, I was looking at some stuff from like 1990 or the 80s, even the 80s or something, where they are actually describing someone who's in like their 50s or 60s as being so freaking elderly. And I'm realizing, they kind of were back then.
Yeah.
That I mean, people now are staying younger longer.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
it just seemed like
Yeah.
such a weird, like, I don't want to say cultural thing, but maybe that's what it was. But it was also physical, I think. Where
Yeah.
it's like people are just aging worse back then.
Yeah, got worn out earlier or faster or some shit like that.
Yeah.
There's a
Well,
Well, I
number.
mean, you're always hearing about those people like way back when who were dying at 40 and like in the 1800s or some shit and even
Mm-hmm.
before,
Mm-hmm.
where right now I would be a village elder at my age.
Yeah.
So
yep.
and to me that's really strange. But then I also think about the like how I am now and how most of the people I know who are roughly my age are now. And I'm thinking, how does anyone legally let these people have children? I
Yeah.
mean,
Well, that's another one.
I was adopted, and I think about like someone actually handing me off to my 20-year-old parents or whatever age they were. I don't know. And I'm like, how can you do that? How can you let someone that old care for another human being? It makes no sense.
Mm-hmm. Well, the age doesn't necessarily mean that much. I mean, the slimy bastards were 33 years old when I got handed over to them, and see what happened there. Uh, but there's a lot that goes into it, and it's unfortunate that so many of them learn on the job
Yeah.
because
I,
this
I
is
mean, I
something
mean,
you don't
like,
want to fuck up on.
Well,
I
again,
mean, it sounds like some sort of fascist sci-fi story, but it seems to me that there should be an exam you pass before you're allowed to breed.
I've thought the same damn thing,
yeah.
actually. Like getting a license, really. Uh,
Yeah,
But again, you go back 150 years or so, and people were getting married and having kids when they were teenagers.
crazy.
yeah.
mean,
Well,
imagine 14-year-olds getting hitched and fucking and having spawn, and I'm just like, how can anyone even consider letting that happen?
well, I don't know because I'm thinking maybe, and somebody tell me that I'm full of shit if I am. In some ways, I'm thinking that the 14-year-old in 1820 was a lot older than the 14-year-old in 2019. If you get where I'm
Well,
coming from.
I totally.
yeah. One thing, there was less to know. They had a more specific knowledge base they needed to get by with.
I
Okay.
mean, yeah, true, but I mean, I do think that they aged quicker.
Yeah.
They had
Well, and
to.
still to this day, I know some teenagers who are more mature than people my age.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
I'm
with you
not
there.
sure I do.
Oh
I
man.
don't know, but then
Well,
I don't know a lot of teenagers anymore unless I know them online, and I don't think you can really get to know someone in text. I don't think it works.
Well, there's a couple of them producing YouTube videos that I'm fairly impressed with.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I think about that sort of thing just because I think about that sort of thing. No special reasons or anything. Really and truly. Um, and I wonder sometimes if, in some ways, getting to know someone via text is better than getting to know someone face to face, or at least as a first part of it or something, because the hormones aren't getting in the way. You're on an
Oh,
intellectual level.
I just mean in general, getting to know someone by text. Like if I want to know if someone is mature or not, if I want to know if they're a rational person or not, text is not usually the best way. I mean, how many disagreements have we had because someone misjudged someone else's tone by what they said online, and they're like, "Oh, in text you said this, that." If they said the exact same words in person, you'd get a completely different impression of what they were trying to convey.
Okay, that I get. I do get that. Yeah, and especially with someone like you, Kate, who is a master at manipulating words and ideas. The whole pun thing, and
Yeah.
you speak tongue in cheek, and that doesn't come over as well in block letters as it
Yeah.
does in vocal tone. I get, yeah.
Now, see,
Well,
for
and
me personally,
I really like to emphasize things I say. And so I use like capital letters a lot where systems don't let you have italics,
Uh huh. Uh huh.
you know,
Yeah.
and a lot of people will interpret that as yelling.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm like, but I don't have the option. Because I found that putting a different emphasis on what you say can give people a completely different impression of what you're trying to convey. And without italics, to say, I mean this, not that. Like this word is far more important than that word. People get it wrong a lot.
Yeah. No,
now see,
there's.
for me personally, it's exactly the opposite. Because since I'm on the autistic spectrum, I don't read people. I don't read facial expressions, and people usually misread me. So if I can get to know somebody through text, I actually avoid those kind of confusions.
See, and autism is another one of those words I can't stand because every time I hear it, my brain goes, oh, tism. Every time. Can't help it. I don't know.
It would be interesting.
I mean, because it sounds like, I mean, just the autism part sounds like you're being sympathetic. You know, like, oh, what a cute kitty. Autism. I can't help it. It's just automatic.
It would be interesting to be able to look through a time machine or something at the situations you were in as you were growing, as you were maturing, such as that may be, to see what it was that influenced your thinking to take the route it has. No?
Man, I'm trying to think of what might have done it. Because, like, okay, I've been trying to figure out how to articulate something about how I've always felt about religion for a long time. And I can't do it. I'm not sure the words exist. Because,
Well, you had to invent at least one of them.
well, but I mean, even when I was little, some part of me was looking at religion and going, this is just weird. And creepy is the wrong word for it because that's too extreme. And I mean, it just somehow felt off in
Yeah.
some way. Like this is something that should not. Oh no, but I mean, even then, it's not. This is something that shouldn't be done. It just there was something about the vibe of it that rubbed me the wrong way, and not in a make me angry sort of way, but more in a see, that's the thing. I don't have the words for it.
Mm-hmm.
There was just something about it that struck me as being weird.
Yeah.
Like people really believe this stuff, but it was more than that. It wasn't just people really believe this stuff. There was something about the narrative, something about the look of the artwork, something about the words they were using. I mean, biblical language is so weird with all the like for as much as and the every sentence starting with and, it seems like. And it just something about it made me go, I am not in a good place when I'm around this.
Well, it was
Right?
my reaction when I was 14 and finally decided to read the Bible. Was I got about halfway through it and I was just thinking, they can't expect me to take this seriously.
Okay.
But
I'm
see that
gonna fill up. Be right back.
I really wish I had. I've mentioned this many times. I had some sort of empathy helmet, so I
Mhm.
could like make someone feel what I feel, just so they know where I'm coming from on things. Like, here's a song I love. Here's a movie I love. Feel what I feel when I see it, so you can understand why it's so important to me. And it's the same thing with religion. I want to be able to explain to people exactly why it creeps me out in certain ways. And I mean, but again, creeps me out is too strong. It gives me just a weird vibe.
Yeah, it's
And I
just
don't,
somehow unsettling.
yeah, but even that doesn't convey it. And I wish I could have, like I say, have that empathy helmet so someone could go, oh, you know? I don't know. I don't know.
For some reason, that makes me go to the Babelfish. That by
Mm.
eliminating all barriers to communication, it caused more wars than anything else in galactic history.
That doesn't shock me. That could totally happen. It's funny. Yesterday on my way to the atheism booth, if you don't know, I help staff an atheism booth.
Yeah, I've seen
I was
some of your
walking,
videos on that.
I was walking past a used bookstore, and like I saw in the window a book that made me stop and go, wait a sec, I should totally buy this. It's called The Devil's Dictionary. And I had already known about it because I had another book called The Portable Curmudgeon that
I
had
know that
entries
one.
from it. And my favorite still is patience, noun, a minor form of despair disguised as a virtue, right? I love that. And so I was like, wow, this is the complete Devil's Dictionary. I have to get it. And it has some cutting things about religion in here. Amazingly just like, oh, wow, ouch. But one that's actually my favorite, like, you know how you'll always hear um, like religious people, creationists trying to tell us, oh, how could the universe possibly be an accident, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking in here, and this is perfect. Accident, noun, an inevitable occurrence due to the action of immutable natural laws.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, that's totally what an accident is. But then again, I'm fairly convinced the universe is deterministic. So that's why I would think such a thing.
Let me
You
go get
know?
the coffee. 2 seconds.
Well, I felt for the most part that magic is just a catch-all term for anything science hasn't yet explained.
Agreed. Totally agreed. But I mean, I tried getting a theist to accept that one. You know, where it's like you try to point out
There
stuff
we
in their
are.
holy book where you're like, this is something we can explain now that they couldn't explain then, that they attributed to supernatural forces. And so why doesn't that call into question all of the other magical things you seem to believe? And they just can't seem to admit that, yeah, maybe that's a problem for them.
Yeah, I was just thinking about
Yep.
this sort of thing over the last couple of days, and I'm starting to wonder if that magical thinking is in the background for most of them, but they pull it out when they feel they have to justify it to somebody like us. Um, I'm wondering if religion is not primarily a tribal thing. You know, the
Hmm.
whole us versus them. Because from what I'm looking at the evangelicals, fundamentalists, when I looked at the slimy bastards, the way they behaved as far as their Catholicism was concerned, it it seems like it was, especially with the slimy bastards, they couldn't recite a plank of dogma to save their lives. But it was, well, Barack Obama wasn't even Christian. It's like,
Oh yeah, well, I
please.
mean the right wing like evangelical types don't seem happy unless they have someone to hate.
Yes,
Yep.
yes.
Unless there's someone, the Lord rebukes thee, and it's like, well, okay, and when you take away one of the groups that they think they have to hate, they just find another one.
Yeah, get rid of us and they'll find somebody else.
Yeah.
Well, as a matter of fact, that's the interesting thing. I remember reading an article that struck a chord with me. Um, the whole hate thing was about marriage equality up until what was it? Was it 15 when it was finally affirmed by the Supreme Court of the time? Um, and as soon as marriage equality was affirmed, that's when you started to see the bathroom bills
Mm-hmm.
because they figured, okay, we're defeated here. Let's go on to the next group.
Yeah. And I mean, I actually posted about this on Facebook and never got a really satisfying answer. But what I asked was, like if all of the LGBT stuff suddenly becomes like something they can't hate anymore, it's just become too much part of the popular culture. Uh, who's next? And nobody really came up with a good answer.
Well, unfortunately, it's true on both sides because I've seen that in the development of the LGBT community. Is back in the 80s, there was a lot of grumbling about they didn't really want to let bisexuals be part of it.
Oh
And then
yeah,
it
I
was,
remember
well,
that
then
stuff.
transgender people really shouldn't be part of it.
Uh huh.
And now
No,
it's like, well, we're not sure about these gender fluid people.
well, that's the thing is, I mean, on an emotional level, I totally think that anyone, bisexuals, trans folk, whatever, totally belong under the whole LGBT thing. But the more pedantic side of me is going, but originally gay, lesbian, bisexual was all about who you fall in love with,
Mhm.
whereas transgender is not, right? And so
Right.
somehow
Is
you
who
would
you
think,
fall in love as? Yeah.
Yeah.
well, I mean, but not necessarily. I mean, like it's about who you are, not who you love.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I was trying to
And
say, and I kind
and
of tripped
so
over myself.
some part of me is like, I totally get why someone might not want transgender folk under the LGBTQ label. But then like the more rational part of me says, fuck that shit. This totally makes sense.
Yeah,
Because like I said, that was the pedantic side of me that was going, no.
and then there's a practical part of it too, is that to gain any political clout, where do you put us? because we trans folk are rather few in number, um, so we don't have clout on our own. We need to associate with people like you, Kate. Uh,
Yeah.
who have greater number. We are dependent on you. I'm going to say it.
Well, and from the other side, from the gays and lesbians, it's like, why disenfranchise people who would be potential allies? You're a
Totally.
minority group. Don't you need all the people, behind you that you can get?
Yeah. And I mean, and I freely admit the pedantic side of me. It's the same part of me that goes, there's a New Zealand. Totally the same part of my brain. So, I mean, so I've learned to not trust that bit of me. That bit of me is for comedy,
Mm-hmm.
right? Not for rational thought.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, at least
Um,
you're not as bad as some.
Mark, you ask, have there been any or many issues with unisex bathrooms or transgender people using the bathroom they associate with? As far as the transgender people using the bathroom they associate with, you can get arrested in some states in the U.S. for using the bathroom you associate with.
See, what I
Um,
want to know is what they think is going to happen, right? Like, okay, maybe someone might be a little uncomfortable if someone is obviously trans, where they're like, but they all seem to think, oh, well, if we're in the same bathroom with this transgender person, they're going to try to fuck us. Seems to be the fear is that there's going to be some sexual shenanigans going on.
yeah,
Most of the time,
And,
if you
and I'm like,
argue it with them,
and I'm
they
just like,
somehow bring it down to pedophilia.
yeah. And I'm just like,
yeah.
how do you think that's going to happen? I mean, do you think that anybody who's not straight and cis and all of that is immediately a sex fiend?
I mean, I'm in the crapper for one reason and one reason only, and then when that is done, I want out as soon as possible. I don't like public crappers all that much.
They're
Um,
usually pretty smelly.
yes, um, and the whole thing is, I mean, there are these things called stalls, so you're separated from everybody else pretty much, and assault is illegal no matter what you are.
Well, and
I
it's
mean,
not like we've never heard stories about guys getting arrested in the men's room for having sex with other men.
oh
That
yeah,
never
that
happens.
never ever happens. God, that used to be a common occurrence in one of the department stores I worked in when I was a teenager.
And one thing I wonder is like if the church weren't so obnoxious about sex, would like if priests didn't have to be chaste all the time, would they be fucking the altar boys as much?
I'm thinking that it might be a bit less. There might still be some of it because those who are after it for the power,
Well, I think you
which
can,
I mean, rape is about
yeah.
power rather than
And
But I
sex.
think you
but I
can make the
mean,
comparison with different Christian groups because some denominations let the priests get married. Like
yeah,
Methodists, the
And
priests
then
get married,
and they still have
and you don't hear
problems.
about that happening in the Methodist church.
and I have to wonder though. I mean, like, why is it always assumed that it's the altar boys? How come there's like everyone assumes that the little girls are safe from the priests, that they're all gay. Like somehow they have to tack that part on as like, well, they're extra horrible.
Well,
Well,
there have been cases where girls have been molested.
Yeah, but you
And
don't hear about them. It's
you
not the
don't.
stereotype.
Yeah, it's not often. As a matter of fact, the parish I was in when I was a kid, um, the pastor of that parish was years later accused of molesting several girls. But
well,
there was as
I
close as
think
I.
in
Mhm.
I think in the Catholic Church, though, you may have a higher percentage of priests who are gay, just because they're so down on gays that basically you're telling these guys that if you're gay, you should never have sex anyway.
I have
So
wondered
they might
about
as well
that.
go into the clergy where they're not going to have sex anyhow.
I
At
have
least
wondered about that, if that's a possibility. That has crossed my mind.
there might be that possibility of the possibility. Yeah, this is what you did with the gay son. It's off to the clergy. Um,
Well, yeah, because if you're telling him he can never have sex with the people he's attracted to, then why not go into something where he's never going to get married anyway?
Yeah. I don't know. I seem to remember there was something about how, like, you would also send your kid to be a priest if you couldn't afford him.
yeah, yeah.
I don't know. It just seems weird to me how hung up religious people are on sex anyway. I
Well,
mean, it's just it's such a strange thing that we even refer to sexual organs as our naughty bits.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
it's just like there's such a hang up about sex.
One of my favorite jokes from my pagan days is, what's the difference between a pagan and a Catholic?
How much sex they have? I
Well,
don't know.
pagans believe in sex without guilt. Catholics believe in guilt
Guilt
without
without
sex.
sex. Okay.
Hmm.
And
Oh man, there were some good ones in the Devil's Dictionary about that sort of thing too. Like, I forget what it was, like chastity or something in here was, I don't know. I'll have to find it, but it was pretty funny.
Yeah, hashtag heathen is saying there are so many cases of trans people getting assaulted in bathrooms, but not the
yes,
other way around.
yes, absolutely. I have heard more of that with, for example, someone coming into, a cis person in the bathroom, checking in quotes whether someone in a stall was the appropriate gender, that sort
Yeah.
of thing, and taking it out on them if they weren't. Um,
Hmm.
and I mean, I don't mind the unisex crappers. It is one way to solve the problem. Um, you go in, you do your thing, you come out. You were the only one there, and everything's fine. Um, but yeah, I can understand how some people would consider that a form of marginalization at the same time. And you almost can't win.
Well, no, with some people you can't. I mean,
I've been reasonably lucky. I will say that. And it surprises the fuck out of me how lucky I've been. Um,
Well, I mean, I know what you mean, because like I was raised in Vermont, the first state to have civil unions, right? And I mean, facing basically no discrimination whatsoever. And then I moved to Seattle, again, super tolerant. And now I'm in California, super freaking tolerant. So it's like whenever I hear about some of the trials people face, whether it's because they're LGBT or atheist or whatever, and I've mentioned it before, I almost in a weird way feel left out because I'm like, here I am speaking out against these horrible things that people do that I've never faced, right? And I hear
mm,
people coming out stories, and I'm like, I never had to do that either. You people have been through so much more than I have, and like I almost feel not like an outsider exactly, and not like a faker exactly, but it just some part of me is thinking, uh, do people not take me as seriously because of it?
I take it quite seriously. Don't worry about that. Now, I don't know about the rest of them out there. I would certainly hope that anyone would take you at face value, would take you
yeah.
as Kate Farr. Uh,
Yeah, but you know what I mean.
I know
Well,
what you mean.
there
Yeah.
are those people that if you haven't faced the struggles I faced, you can't understand. And
Oh man, I spent 11 years with one of those. Um, and
And I agree, with what Kate's saying that, well, I lived most of my life in the upper Midwest, except for 8 years in central New York. And even central New York was a pretty tolerant area, but I hear the stories of, people down in southern states. And my fiance, she had lived in Syracuse, but as a kid in the summer, she was always sent down to her aunt's down in Georgia, and just the stories she would tell me about how differently she was treated down there.
mm, and yeah, when I say I'm lucky, the areas in which I've lived, although they are somewhat tolerant, are not particularly famous
Yeah.
for being tolerant.
I guess for context, I should have added in there that she was a black lesbian.
Yeah, that really adds
So a black lesbian down in Alabama and Georgia, yeah, not real
hello.
accepted.
Um, but in my particular case, there the people out there must be either seeing something I'm not seeing or not seeing something I am seeing, and I benefit by it.
I
Um,
don't know what you mean by that.
when I look in the mirror, many times an old man looks back at me.
Oh, I see
Um,
what you mean. I didn't realize you were referring to yourself.
yeah, and that's where I say
Well,
That's where I say I've been lucky. I haven't been I haven't been hit with a billy club, or I haven't
yeah,
been. My life hasn't been threatened or anything. Yeah, I lost a family. Well, I never really had a family to start with, so I
yeah.
didn't have that much. I didn't have that much to lose.
Well, as far as you
Uh,
looking in the mirror, how many years were you looking in the mirror that you were seeing a man there?
that's part of it. Yeah,
So your brain is still wired for that.
and I am my own worst critic. I can tell you that for certain.
And
Um,
I've seen that. I think that's a problem all trans people have. Is they never think they're quite passable after they've transed.
I'll tell you something. No, it's kind of funny. It's happened to me a couple of times where I take public transport quite a lot because I cannot afford a motor vehicle, and you know how the public buses are laid out, where you have the door in the front, you have the door in the middle, and then right behind the door in the middle, there's a seat behind plexiglass.
Yeah, I know.
I like that seat. For whatever reason, I like that seat. That's my assigned seat, so I sit there, and you can always see a reflection in the plexiglass. So sometimes I see somebody in the seat all the way in the back of the bus or something like that. But once or twice, I've seen a reflection, and I'm thinking, gee, she's kind of pretty. Wait, that's me.
Well, good for you.
And you get so surprised when I see that. Um, kind of surprised myself, if you will.
One thing that I don't know. I mean, it's weird in this day of gender fluidity,
Mm-hmm.
and where like there's all these pronouns that like some people don't want you to use certain pronouns, some people want you to use alternate pronouns, et cetera, et cetera, to where you're not really sure if you're about to insult somebody.
Yeah, that is a problem,
Yeah.
especially with the alternate pronouns. It it appears to me, maybe I'm wrong about this, but it appears to me that some people expect you to know those pronouns even if you've never seen them before.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem I run into, that some people just expect if they know it, everyone should know it. And there's still a significant percentage of the population who has never encountered these things.
Yeah.
And I mean, I was at my game night, I want to say 3 weeks ago, where I was playing a game with a bunch of folks, and I'd gotten to the game a little bit late, but it's one of those ones where you play 15 minutes and start another round, so that was cool. Where there was one person sitting next to me, and honestly, I thought she was kind of attractive, and pretty darn sure she was a lesbian, but you never know. But the person to my right kept calling her him. And I can see why she had a slightly masculine feel to her. In a way, she was kind of butch,
Okay,
right? Not
okay.
very, sort of soft butch. But in as far as I was concerned, I was pretty damn sure she was like cis female. And I was like, do I want to, I mean, because she corrected the guy a couple of times. She said her, and it didn't seem to affect him. He didn't seem to realize what was going on. And like, part of me was super indignant on her behalf. But another part of me was like, yeah, but we do live in that age of gender fluidity where can you be forgiving of somebody who fucks it up? I mean, I don't think you can be forgiving of somebody who, after they're corrected, keeps fucking it up.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, how tolerant can you be of other people's mistakes?
No, I'm easy. I am by no means cheap, but I'm easy.
Nah, I knew you were going there.
Yeah. It's happened many times where somebody might screw up, and it's like, no, that's I'll try to be humorous about it. You know, it's like that's she to you, sir. Or with a big smile on my face or something like that. Oh, sorry about that. Oh, everything's fine. Um, but I don't know. Yeah, some people get indignant immediately, and I don't know if there's a place for that because I have seen enough people who later turned out to be, let's say, very much female, who could so easily have passed for a guy that, um, him would have been the first thing out of your mouth, the first thing in your mind. I'm thinking of one person at the Unitarian Church I used to go to. That person comes to mind, and two things come to mind with that one. Okay, Alex looked like she should have been Alexander. Nobody looked at her strangely for looking so masculine, but they will at someone they perceive to be trans, and will continue to look that way as long as they perceive it. And I don't know quite what the difference is there.
Well, I mean, people are so much more tolerant of someone they perceive as female. Like, I mean, have you noticed that whenever someone talks about someone who's trans, they inevitably assume that we're talking male to female?
Oh
That
yeah, yeah,
trans men are never mentioned. It just
right,
doesn't happen.
right,
And whenever you hear about a pedophile, they assume it's a guy. And I'm
right.
sure there are women out there
Oh, of
who have
course there,
tried to seduce a boy.
of course
But
there are.
at the same time, I mean, for some reason, that's so much more tolerable to people. I assume because they figure the boy wants it,
Yeah, that's
because
part of it.
all boys are sex fiends,
Yeah.
apparently. Um, and,
Yeah,
and like I've even noticed there's some weird things with language that I've noticed where um, if someone wants to say that someone is trans male to female and they suddenly discover it, they will inevitably describe that person as actually a dude. Never a man, never a guy, always a dude for some reason. And
Okay,
like
okay.
I've noticed that like watching television, whenever someone like one of the characters will be like, yeah, I had this date with her and then we got into bed and it was actually a dude. Yeah, like you always hear that. And I don't know why they use that word. It's almost like a euphemism.
And that might be the best way to put it. It might well be the euphemism. They don't want to call that person a man because that would be an affront to men. Um, but they're not going to call that person a woman because they don't appreciate that person as a woman or see that person as a woman. So maybe, yeah, maybe dude is just that. I won't call it a middle ground because it's not a compromise.
I hadn't really thought about it, but yeah, when you mention that, now it's running through my head, and I can remember that being in a lot of movies.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing is you may have noticed I have a thing about language, just a little
Uh,
bit.
a little bit.
And so that's the sort of thing I notice is when people are using certain words to mean certain things, and it's just strange to me that they chose that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think, for a lot of like middle class and up people, dude has always been a kind of derogatory thing that, if nothing else, it meant like a slacker or somebody who didn't hold a job.
I'm not sure I agree with that one, but okay.
Yeah, I don't know whether that's
Well,
been my
maybe it's a
experience or
regional
not.
usage.
Maybe. Um, of course, your region is closer to my region than it is to Kate's, but
Yeah, but I lived on the East Coast for most of my childhood.
Yeah.
well,
I
that's
mean, maybe it's just my own personal bias, but I always figured like, that like a dude was just someone, right? Or I mean, it's not even always necessarily a guy. Like you can go up to your friends, all of them, no matter what, like gender, sex, whatever, and go, "Hey, dudes, how's it going?" And they know you're not saying that everyone's a guy.
Mhm.
yeah. Now
So,
that I didn't see, but it might have been the time and place. Because when you say you grew up on the East Coast, I definitely, yeah, definitely. But remember, I grew up in Ohio,
wow. I
and
mean,
there's a
yeah,
bit
okay.
of a difference there. Yeah.
Well, you do have my sympathies.
Yeah, I know.
Mhm.
And I've been hearing some discussions and everything about the place, and the discussions I've been hearing are, unfortunately, everybody seems to think that Ohio is becoming solidly red rather than purple.
I don't think that's really happening. For one reason, there's been a significant immigration of people from Puerto Rico to Ohio,
Oh, really?
and they're not going
Uh-oh.
to.
Huh? What?
I don't know. Maybe it was my end, but the sound suddenly cut out.
Oh, I was saying that there has been a significant number of people from Puerto Rico immigrating to Ohio,
Really?
and they're
I didn't
definitely
know
not
that.
going to be voting red.
I did not know that. Well, I haven't been paying much attention to the state. I haven't been paying as much attention to the state as I should. The question I will ask, though, the immigrants from Puerto Rico to Ohio, where in Ohio are they ending up?
Yeah, I don't specifically know which cities.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's a difference between ending up in Cleveland and ending up in Chillicothe.
Yeah.
Well, okay, one question I have, because it was a little ambiguous, because we're talking about like being raised on the East Coast and you were raised in Ohio. Do you consider Ohio the East Coast? Because if someone says Ohio to me, I'm thinking Midwest.
That's what I'm thinking as well. I'm
Okay.
thinking that Ohio is the doorstep to the Midwest.
You know,
Oh,
I noticed a strange dichotomy with that living in the Midwest, most of the people like Minnesota, Iowa, Illinois consider Ohio an eastern state.
Mm-hmm.
When I lived in New York, they considered it a Midwestern state. So it's
Yeah,
like nobody wants to claim it.
I don't
hmm.
blame them. No, if anything, I would put Ohio in a sort of a another class. I mean, not by itself. I mean, Western Pennsylvania might belong there as well, and maybe parts of Indiana, but it might be a sort of a Great Lakes thing rather than Midwest or East Coast.
Well, I'd still consider the Great Lakes to be the Midwest,
Yeah,
but that's me.
but I mean, yeah,
I
I
don't know. I
have,
mean, I'm not even sure if my definition of the Midwest is valid. So,
like I say, I consider it the doorstep to the Midwest, if not the Midwest. Um, well, it was Ohio was carved out of the Western Reserve, the Connecticut Western Reserve. So there you have, at least in the name.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've only ever been to Cincinnati, and I don't know if I even left my aunt and uncle's house when I was there. So I don't really know much about Ohio.
Yeah, I've driven through Ohio a couple of times. I never stopped there for anything.
You,
I
you,
would definitely classify it as a flyover state. That's for
oh
sure.
yeah, oh yeah. It's not a place you want to, not a place you want to spend your life, as far as I'm concerned. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, I spent half of mine there.
See, and that's the thing is I'm with you on that about Vermont, right? Because as much as it's not the horriblest place socially, it's not like I'm at heart a city kid and always have been, despite being raised in Vermont. Like, I mean, the first place my parents lived, and again, this is why I'm like, how did they trust you with a child? Was literally a one-room log cabin. Not kidding, right?
Okay.
I have the vaguest memories of being raised there, but it was no joke, a log cabin. And then we moved to a small farmhouse, and then when I was 5, they were like, "Yeah, we need a good school for this little brat." And so we moved to what passes for the suburbs and city in Vermont. And if you were to go to, say, like Google Maps and did the Street View thing, you'd be like, yeah, I see why you're calling this a small town, right? But I mean, I totally forget. Oh, right, spending your childhood there. That's why I was talking about it. It's not a place for a kid who wants to live in a city. It's just not. And I
Mm-hmm.
felt so out of place there. I felt like I was missing out on so many opportunities, right? Just because I was being raised in this mostly rural state where very little seems to happen.
Okay, Faye's joined us in the side chat there.
Hi,
Yeah.
Faye! Yay! Oh, let's see. What we're going to do, just for the heck of it. Thank you, Purple, for making that statement there, because I didn't even have any of the screens up. I know, I'm such a bad girl. Um,
Well, I finally figured out how to do the pop-up chat from the YouTube, so I can have that as a window laid over the Google.
oh, right, with the that area above the chat itself, and at the
Yeah,
three dots and pop out. Yeah, that one. Um,
yeah, so that way I can watch the YouTube chat while we're in the Google Hangouts.
there we are.
I don't know. Sometimes I still wonder, like, if I'd been raised in New York or Los Angeles, where my life would be right now instead. Because, I mean, some part of me did always kind of want to act, but, like, try doing that in Vermont. There's nothing you can do,
Uh
Hmm.
huh.
you know? And now, I mean, mostly I'm limited to acting in my own animations, which is fine. But at the same time, I still, like I said, I feel like I missed my window on a lot of stuff just because of where I was raised.
Okay. I can see that.
And part of me kind of wants to like, I mean, I guess I wouldn't move to LA to do this. Maybe it'd be better to just have a vehicle. But, and maybe I've mentioned this before too, I'd love to be a professional extra,
Yes, I
right?
remember you mentioning that
Yeah.
at least once.
Yeah, I like, I don't want a starring role. I just want to be in the background of every scene.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that'd be really cool.
Yeah, I can see that. If you could get regular work doing that, that would be fun.
Well, and that's the thing is, right now, YouTube is my job. It's paying the bills,
Yep.
right? So if I wanted to do this, it would be a hobby. Yeah, I know there's acting in Vermont. It's not the kind I want to, like, I don't like being on a stage. right? I don't really like the people watching me as I perform. I like the ability to fuck up and do another take. So stage acting is not what I'd ever want to do.
Oh man,
Um,
that is the sole experience that I have. I have been on the legitimate stage, and what's really fun about it is you're talking about fucking up. Um, you feel yourself fucking up, and then the working yourself out of it is the fun part.
I don't know. I just find that stressful. It's one
Oh,
of the reasons I also won't do live debates either is like I've mentioned it before. I want a chance to do my research. I want to compile everything in a way that's like organized and cogent and actually says what I mean to say instead of being in the moment and like I say, screwing up.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I wouldn't do live debates either because it's like, after the thing's over, I'll run it through my head and think of all the ways I could have worded things better.
Mhm.
yeah. And the thing is that, well, there are two things going on. Yeah, Casey, check your DM. Come on in if you feel like it. Well, you already said you felt like it. With the debating, the debates I've seen so far here in the community are not the debates I knew when I was a debater. When I debated in high school, we did it the formal way and everything else, and they're not quite the same thing. The the formal debates are much more structured, and they go down with me a lot better. And the other thing is that with those formal debates, we went in prepared to the teeth, um, which is something you don't see very often or don't get to do very often on debates here, where we were prepared for every conceivable argument, and even then, one or two people got by us, uh, and we had to really scramble to work on it. Um, but here, yeah, it's that preparation isn't there, and it just I hate to put it this way, but it ends up turning into Christopher Hitchens, William Lane Craig. And as much as I loved listening to Hitchens, those were not any sort of debate that I would call a debate.
I love them.
Hi Faye, yay! No,
Well, they're fun to watch,
yeah, they are
but
fun to watch. It's simply that there was no resolution, there was no going point after point after point, that sort of thing.
I don't know. I mean, again, back on the whole acting thing, I feel like I missed a window because I was like, if you look at a lot of the, for example, child stars out there, they lived in a place where people fucking make movies. It's like
Yeah.
you have to be there, and if you're not there, you're not like you have to wait until you're an adult, and it's so much more difficult.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I mean, I used to beg my parents to move to a city, any city, just move us the hell out of the boonies, because let's face it, Vermont is the boonies, and they wouldn't do it because they are nature people, right? I was raised by hippies who want to live in a place like Vermont where like every other store is selling handmade pottery and shit, and I'm like, this is not the life I want. So
There's a certain rusticness to that, or however you want to say it. Yeah, but I don't know if it's the sort of life that's practical.
yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I got to live like one town down from where Bernie was mayor for ages. And so that was kind of cool. And like, if I ever happen across him in person, like there's I don't know, a speech he gives and then he's greeting the crowd, I will, of course, mention, hey, I was raised in South Burlington, which isn't Burlington, I know, but it was really close to where you were mayor. And I'll ask him if he knows where I was raised. And I'm sure he does, and it'd just be like this moment. But I don't know. I mean, at the same time, as much as I can be sort of, I mean, I'm not proud of being raised in Vermont. I still hated it. You know.
And hi, Casey. Hi.
Hi.
How is you is?
A little painful today, but okay. How are you?
Oh, a little bit this, a little bit that. Go for me, go for you. What am I talking about? I have no idea. Oh my. We're just having our little oh, now what? Who is calling me on a damn Sunday? 2 new messages. I don't care, people. I really just don't care. Okay. Nothing I want to look at. What I really like is when I get the phone call. It goes ring, 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 and I pick up the phone and hello, and there's this dead space, and then this sickeningly sweet music comes on, and a person speaking what I assume to be Mandarin because
That.
yes,
I don't think I've gotten one of those.
Oh, I am so sick of those calls.
I have figured out what it is. My understanding is that is a scam directed at Chinese immigrants in the U.S., telling them that they're going to be deported if they don't send money and all this other bullshit. And as I say, I'm assuming it's Mandarin because by far more Chinese speak Mandarin than any of the other dialects. So.
Yeah, it's gotten to the point where you can block and report as spam as much as you like, and it's not going to fucking matter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know, because they'll just call you back from another number.
Yeah.
Yeah, the auto dialers have like 50 numbers that they'll just keep redialing.
Yeah. And I'll also, because my phone is still from Seattle, a lot of the robocalls I get, that one and others, have a 206 area code because they assume I'm still there.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a problem right now with people calling me saying you might be approved for a medical back brace, and I'm like, how will that help my abdominal issues?
Yeah.
I did not sign up for this, and I've told them 3 times to quit, and they won't.
Yeah, I get that one a lot too about the medical braces, and it's like that will not help any of my problems.
Right.
Yeah.
The one that makes me laugh is I get the automatic call. We can help you save on automobile insurance. And I'm laughing.
Mhm.
I have not owned an automobile in literally 30 years.
Oh, yeah. The other one I get a lot is a call saying that the warranty on your car is going to expire soon.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't think I've ever owned a car that was less than 10 years old. I've never had one with a warranty.
Yeah, and another one I get is, this is an important message from Chase Manhattan Bank. I'm like, I have never had an account with you assholes.
Uh-huh.
You know.
And
Chase is notorious for
I like
those.
to call them and ask them why they're calling me.
Well, I mean, that's another thing. If you try to call some of these numbers back, you'll just be told like it's, well, not that it's not in service. I forget exactly what it is, but you'll basically be told, no, we're not putting you through because of this technical thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, this number does not accept incoming calls.
Yeah.
Because I did try that once with one I would get was, hi, and this is an actual person. Hi, my name is whatever, and I can help you with restructuring your student loan debt and all this other shit. But it is a scam because I had already just done work with getting my income contingent repayment, renewed for the year and all that stuff. So I've done everything I need to do. It's just a private scammer.
Another one I
I've
get is
gotten some that ask me if I want to like try and consolidate my student loan debt, all of that. And I'm just like, right now, because my income is actually kind of low, I'm not paying jack shit on my student phones
Yeah.
and haven't for a really long time.
You and
So
I
if I
both.
try to consolidate it with you people, you're going to start asking me for money.
Yeah.
I'm
Another
a
one I've
little-
gotten a lot is somebody calls me and says, "Who is this?" And I always ask, "Well, you're calling me, shouldn't you know?"
Right?
Oh yeah, apparently that is a honker of oh wait, no, that's not the one I'm thinking of. There's one oh yeah, can you hear me? And if you say yes, they use that as a digital signature now.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
I had one lady. Go ahead.
Another one I get quite often is Tara there? And it's always Tara. And it is one of these fireman scams or fraternal police scams or whatever, selling, getting donations for the fraternal organization or whatever that happens to be.
Mm.
The Benevolent Order of Antelopes.
Yeah, pretty much. And
Well, what you
why they
do
settled on Tara, I will never know. But they all use
when
it.
they call, just go, "Oh, I'm so glad you called. I'm so lonely."
Mm.
And then start talking about anything annoying.
That'll get rid of it in a hurry.
What did you have for breakfast today? See, I thought about having breakfast, but I couldn't decide between.
Mm-hmm.
Tell them you have a health
glad
problem and
you
start.
called. I'm so lonely. I've been waiting for like my aunt to show up with my groceries, but she hasn't been here for 3 days, and I'm getting a little worried. Do you have any idea how I can find my aunt? No,
Tell them you have medical issues. And, well,
no, I don't even do that. I just start talking about, like, 10 years ago when I fell down the stairs and I tore my toe off, which is true. Like, I did do
Oh.
that part.
Ow.
But then
Yeah.
I can, like, gross them the fuck out by telling them about my toe.
Yep.
Usually I don't get this far, though, because they usually run the fuck away, which I think which is what I wanted to begin with. But I was like, oh,
Humans, what can you do? For some reason, I'm reminded of, I want to say it was an episode of Malcolm in the Middle where Reese gets a job as basically a telemarketer and ends up calling a suicidal guy. And after several hours, talks him out of like committing suicide and then tries to sell him the product immediately
Oh,
after.
Oh, man.
Are you okay now? Yeah? Okay, so do you want to buy this awesome thing?
Yeah, I think it might have been toner. I'm not sure. Like printer toner or something.
Yeah.
I may be completely misremembering which series that was, but I swear it was Malcolm in the Middle.
probably
Oh my
was.
god, that's funny.
Because I love Reese.
Yeah, I had a lady the other day call me and she's like, someone just called from this number, and I hadn't picked up my phone like at all. And I'm like, no. Are you sure? And she like got into an argument with me. I'm like, no, I haven't called you, lady.
Oh, wow, that's interesting. Now, I'm just looking at some things that I hadn't thought to look up before, in searches on names. And this is totally out of left field, but I just found out that, well, I already knew the female slimy bastard had died in May of 2017. It looks like her brother died a week later.
Oh, wow.
It's kind of sad.
So I think that's all of them. I think there's nobody left in that generation. Okay, good enough.
Yeah.
Well, that's something you can tell the telemarketers.
Right?
There
Yeah.
you go. Yeah, because, this is the weird ass thing. Yeah, you have her date of death 10 May 2017, and Uncle Joe date of death 18 May 2017. What's weird though, I don't know how her death notice was reported in the legal news of Toledo.
Oh.
That's weird. But maybe she
And
ended
she
up.
wasn't living there?
Maybe she ended up in Toledo in the last bit of her life. I don't know. Spent most of her life in Cleveland,
Hmm.
except for
Okay,
one.
here's a weird question
Yes, dear.
about Cleveland.
Yes.
Makes me wonder, like are people cleaving to each other or something? Is that the origin of it, or has it been cleft in twain? I mean, what?
No, are you
High
really
street murder.
are you
That's
really
weird.
asking what the origin is?
Oh, I mean, part of me is genuinely curious, and part of me is just being a goof.
The part that's genuinely curious, I will answer. It is named for Moses Cleveland,
Oh,
Hmm.
who landed
Well,
in that area.
it reminds me of Patton Oswalt routine where he was talking about Burbank, the origin of Burbank, where he's like, there must be some sort of really cool, like some guy traveled to the West with a whole bunch of people, and they had to fight off the Native Americans to get into this state or this city and yada yada. And he's like, nope. Nope. Turns out it was founded by Dave Burbank. He bought a bunch of land, said this is where a town should be, and sure enough, he built the town and that sort of thing. And it's just like, wow, that is the most boring origin story ever.
And it's relatively recent, wasn't it?
I don't know. I'd have to look it up. But the point is, like you say, Cleveland's named after some guy, and I'm like, that's not interesting.
In the upper Midwest, we've got an awful lot of stuff that's named because the French traders were mispronouncing Indian words.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, I thought Burbank was founded or incorporated relatively recently. It's a little further back than I thought. I was thinking the 1930s. This says incorporated 8 July 1911.
Yeah. But I don't know. I mean, like I say, language interests me. The origin of names and words interests me. And so knowing where Cleveland came from interested me up until I heard the actual answer. And then I was like,
It was like,
oh,
yeah, kind of let you down, huh?
yeah, totally. I'm going to blame you.
Well,
I'd say just keep spreading the cleaving stories. They're way more exciting.
that wouldn't be the first thing I've been blamed for, I'll tell you.
Well, the French piss me off because their pronunciations make no sense.
Mm.
Oh, man, you want to
Eau
talk
Claire,
about...
Wisconsin. It's spelled
Eau Claire,
E-A-U and pronounced O. Why do
Yep.
you spell it with 3 vowels and pronounce it as the only one that's not there?
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing is the French and their spellings and shit. I mean, there's like these superfluous X's in words that you never pronounce. And
Yeah.
I'm like, why is it there?
Well, out here in this neighborhood, there are quite a few French names that are associated with the boroughs and that sort of thing, and no consistency whatever in the manner of pronunciation. For example, I live in a borough that was named for the Castle Versailles. Around here, they call it North Versailles, and I cringe every time I hear that.
Well, but I mean, that's the thing. They do that in Vermont too. Because, I mean, we're not the hugest fan of the French. So just about every French word, name, whatever in Vermont is pronounced phonetically. I mean, I know I've told the story about Bonnie Dubois and Jason Desjardins,
Okay.
and that's how they pronounce their own names. That's not French in any way, but those are clearly French words.
Mm-hmm. Now the darn thing though is
Like, I
right
don't know what Dubois means, but clearly Desjardins is something like of the gardens or some shit. So
right down the
I don't
road.
know.
Right down the road from here is a borough that is pronounced as the French would. It is the borough of Duquesne. And a friend of mine gives me a hard time every time I speak of North Versailles because that's what I think of when I think of the name of this place. And nobody will know what you're talking about when you say that. And everybody does. So I've taken to, instead of naming the borough I live in, is yeah, Peggy. It's here in that place right next to Duquesne.
Mm,
Mm,
yep.
Whole shitloads of fun. But yeah, the people around here are very, very interesting when it comes to that sort of thing. But
Yeah.
they have
Well,
their
I mean,
own.
there are some towns in like Washington State that are named after like Native American words, and some of them make no sense. Like there's this one, it looks like it's spelled sequium, right? Except it's pronounced squim.
Oh, a friend of mine lives there.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, because she took me aback the first time she mentioned that. That is the friend who could not get permanent residency in Alberta. So the story goes because her daughter is Downs syndrome.
And that meant
seriously?
couldn't get residence.
That's the story she tells. And
How that seems like such a non sequitur.
yeah, it does. But that's the story. I have no reason to doubt her. You know, I don't know if it's a thing that they didn't want to spend money on medical stuff. You know, because Canada's got all the free medical things. Um, but yeah, she and her husband and daughter came down to Washington State and settled in Squim.
Hmm. And
I know
man,
what.
getting people who don't live there to properly pronounce Puyallup, because it sure looks like Puyallup, but it's Puyallup.
Well, again, with the spellings, some of the Native American tribes didn't even have written languages. It was all spoken. So then the spelling is whatever, French or English or whoever encountered them trying to figure out how to spell it.
Mm.
Yeah,
Okay.
but still, I mean, if you look at something, it's pronounced squim. You'd think Squim instead of Sequim,
Yeah.
Again, I'm
right?
going to put it on the French.
Eh. But I mean, even I could have spelled Puyallup better.
No,
I don't know.
we had boring spellings of the townships and villages and shit around me. They all made sense. Darn it. I mean, places like Newburgh Heights and Garfield Heights and Twinsburg, which
You know,
has the twin convention every year.
well, when people settled in this country for the first time, like Europeans came over here, they had no imagination when it came to naming places. I mean, look at how many like New York, New Jersey,
Yeah.
right? New Hampshire. And I'm just like, you can't come up with an original name. It's all new this, new that.
Yeah. Um, the one I was always looking for and never did find, and maybe somebody can point me to one if there is. If somebody started out in a particular place, um, okay, let's just pick Jersey. Started out there and then came and founded New Jersey. And did anybody leave New Jersey and found another place and call it New Jersey?
New.
Uh,
You know, just like Futurama, New York.
right.
Right?
Or like, I don't know, New Jersey 3.0 or
Yes.
something.
Well, and how many times they have reused the same city name in different states?
Oh
Mhm.
Lord.
Now that
Yep.
that caused me no end of confusion when I was living in New York and talking to people online, because half of the cities, Buffalo, Rochester, are in both Minnesota and New York.
Okay. Well, there are 17 Clevelands in the United States. I forget how many Pittsburghs there are, but there is only one with a final H.
So I just looked up like new towns, and because I wanted to see if anything would come up. New Towns is an INTI International Multidisciplinary Research Program, which was started in 2012.
Okay.
Huh.
Yay.
So
Well,
there's
okay.
that, but
Like there's some cities where it's two words, new and city name, but there's
Yeah.
some where it's like new is integrated right into the name, where it's like Newburgh,
like
for
Newtown.
example.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if there is a new Newburgh out there.
Oh.
Where it's like it's not new, one word new, another word name of place. I mean, it's more new place.
I don't know. Would Newburgh Heights be close enough?
No.
Because where I came from, we had a lot of heights without the corresponding low town. There was Garfield Heights, but no Garfield. Newburgh Heights, but no Newburgh. Warrensville Heights, but no Warrensville. Shit like that.
And I'm betting those were all fairly new towns, because I think the thing of putting heights on it, was literally a way of elevating it, saying that this is a higher class community.
Okay, you might have something there.
I
am just going to have to...
There are some things I've often wondered about with like British places, because it often seems like some of them have like there's an ing on the end of it, like someone was doing something, like Wuthering Heights, for example.
Okay.
Now, granted, that is a real word. I mean, to wuther means to blow fiercely. So I assume, but sometimes the ing has nothing to do with anything. It's just there. And I'm like, so why is that there?
Yeah, now this is interesting, Purple. I looked up Garfield Heights for the heck of it. It was settled in 1786, but founded in 1904, established in 1919. I don't know what the difference is, but
that's an awfully big gap in there.
Yeah, but that's what the font of all knowledge tells me. So I don't know if Garfield Heights got its name when it was founded or settled. I guess founded. Oh, and by the way, the next town over is Maple Heights. There's heights everywhere.
Yeah, there really
in that
are.
Area.
Well, that's another one is I was talking about where my parents and I lived. I mean, the original, the log cabin was in like Fairfield, I want to say. But then
I know Fairfield.
But then there was Enosburg Falls was one of them. And there's a lot of falls places I've noticed.
Okay. Now I can think of only a couple from my area: Chagrin Falls, Cuyahoga Falls. The heights
that makes sense.
The falls.
Yeah, that makes sense though, for it to be named after a landmark.
Yeah,
because when people
that it was in fact waterfalls that it was named after.
Yeah, but when people were traveling long distances and maps weren't all that good, you needed really visible landmarks that you could see from miles away to know you were going the right way.
Yeah.
Right. True.
I still think it's amusing that Vermont is the Green Mountain state. And there's technically mountains, but most of them are hills. You look at the mountains in Washington State and you're like, yeah, Vermont has mountains, pat. Oh, how cute. So, but
what gets me?
I mean, how mountains shouldn't be green if they're mountains.
Right.
What gets me is Idaho, that their state logo is famous potatoes. And
Yeah.
they're really underselling themselves because Idaho is the only state in the entire US that they have found every known gemstone. So don't you think they would have
cool.
gone with the gemstone
The
state?
gemstone state,
Really?
yeah.
But they're not famous for that now, are they?
Everything from amethyst to zircon.
Interesting.
Wow.
It just seems the potatoes are like a really low bar to set for your state's standard.
Yeah, considering, I mean, that you can get decent potatoes from other states.
Ours is cows,
Oh.
I
pretty
don't know.
much.
If Vermont is famous for anything, it's probably Ben and Jerry's, Bernie Sanders, or the band Fish.
Well, you know why Wisconsin is the dairy state. And this is going to sound like a joke. I'm not kidding you. The federal government worked out that the price of milk is based on how far you are from Eau Claire, Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
That the federal government subsidies paid for milk are based on how far you are from Eau Claire, Wisconsin.
Yep.
Alrighty then.
Yeah, that's like one plus of living in Wisconsin is that milk prices are pretty reasonable, so and beef.
Like how much for a gallon of milk?
Like I can get one for under $2 at the gas station.
Nice. What, you're buying milk at a gas station?
Well, like a Quick Trip here is a local branch of gas stations that are trying to be more like mini grocery stores. So they have like their own brand of milk in little bags. Yeah.
Bags?
Yeah, they have them in
Bags of milk?
bags. You have to like get this plastic container that it sits in so that you can even pour it. Otherwise, you can't pour a bag of milk.
Yeah.
They still do that? I remember
Yeah.
seeing that years and years and years ago, and I'd never.
Yep.
I hadn't seen it in ages, but I didn't know they still did that. It's great.
Yep.
I always get milk
Doc,
at
there's
the local gas station.
I'd assume Garfield Heights is named after the president, but I don't know.
No, I'm sure it's the cat.
Yeah, definitely the cat. I don't know. Let me look. I hadn't looked.
Yeah, I assume they were around well before the cartoon cat was around, so.
Government, public safety, recreation, demographics.
Just so you know, Kate, I will never hear the word autism again the same after this.
I'm such a helper. Yeah. No, seriously, if people heard what goes on in my head, they'd be like, Kate, how are you not locked up in a straitjacket?
Right? How are you still around?
Yeah.
In public?
Well, there's nothing immediately apparent here at the Phone of All Knowledge, but I'll have to look around for that. See how it was that Garfield Heights was named.
I've always said that they know I'm crazy. They just feel I'm not dangerous. They just don't know that well.
Yeah.
Now, one thing I will say, yeah, and this is pretty much the entire area. Demographics. The ethnic groups of Garfield Heights include Poles, Slovenes, Italians, Irish, and African Americans. Yep. That's the whole damned area. There's a demographer I know of that operates here in Pennsylvania, drew a circle around Cuyahoga County down to Allegheny County, around Cleveland and then around Pittsburgh, includes Youngstown, calls that area Cleefburg because it's all the same. And it definitely has a point. I mean, I really didn't move to a different place when I moved to a different place. It's same people. It's just the name's changed.
You notice how the Poles and Italians always seem to settle together?
Yeah.
Yeah, they really do. I grew up in Pulaski, so there were lots of Polish and Italian.
I've actually never noticed that one myself, but I don't know.
Well, my father's side is
Chicago is a good
Polish,
one.
so
I mean, my dad's side of the family is Sicilian, but I've still never quite noticed like a lot of Polish people around.
Well, how often does it come up?
Right?
Well, where I grew up, it always came up because the neighborhoods were self-segregated. The Slovaks lived north of Miles Avenue. The Polacks
Hey.
lived south of Miles Avenue. The Russians lived under the bridge by Bessemer.
Like trolls?
Pretty much.
Well, okay, I've often wondered like how we come up with the name for the people who live in a place. You know, like why aren't they the Japanish instead of the Japanese? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. But that's another one I want to like we do have Poles, but we also have Polacks. And I can't even imagine where Polak came from, the lock part. I mean, why aren't they Polanders? Because that would be I would call them Polanders and think it's totally cool.
Right.
You know? So well, but where did lock come from? Polak. I don't get that.
I don't know exactly where that came from. Now, most of the time when I was young, not so much anymore, but most of the time when I was young, Polak was considered mildly derogatory.
Yeah.
oh, when I was growing up,
Same here.
it was a very derogatory stereotype.
Yeah.
Well, I remember all the Polak jokes that went around, which I never understood.
Oh.
I didn't even know what a Polak was.
It's because it's Polish. Like, it's the Polish word for it. It's
Oh.
Polak.
Okay.
So, boring
Oh,
again.
Okay, great. Now I know. Thank you.
Well, I mean, that's another one is like you've got Japan is Nihon or Nippon if you're doing it.
Yep.
So, so somehow that became Japan. Where did that come from?
Mhm.
Or Deutschland becomes Germany. And I
Mhm.
don't
Well,
get,
again, with Japan, nips was a derogatory term for the Japanese during World War II.
right.
I
and then-
remember that.
now the one I don't understand is where WAP came from.
Mm.
The derogatory for Italian.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and another thing, I mean, like maybe I'm misunderstanding the context or something, but I swear that in Britain, WAP means something else. But I don't know what. Like, I remember watching Faulty Towers, and the major, who of course is a bit senile, so maybe that's why, was like going on this weirdly racist little, like it wasn't even a tirade, he was just saying it casually. But at one point he mentions the WAPs, but it's clearly not the Italians he's talking about. And I don't know. I mean, there's so many words that we use differently here versus there that maybe that's just one of those things. Like how chips does not mean the same thing. But I don't know.
It originated from the Southern Italian dialectical term guapo, so it's short for guapo.
Oh, you're looking at the Wikipedia page as well.
Yep.
Roughly meaning dandy, dude, stud, something. Okay, yeah.
Okay, because guapo was the Spanish word for handsome.
That's true.
Yes, it is.
I think it still is that word for it.
Yeah, it is.
I'm just being a brat.
Guapo.
Well, that's because that's what my fiance named one of our cats.
Oh.
So
So remember there was a villain in something called El Guapo.
Yeah, where's that from?
I'd have to look at, my brain is saying the Three Amigos, but I don't know. Let me see here. The Three Amigos.
Yep, three amigos.
Yep, El Guapo. Wow. It's weird how selective my memory is. Like
Right.
ask me movie trivia and I can probably tell you. Ask me where I was yesterday at 3 a.m. or 3 p.m. and I won't have a fucking clue. This is weird.
well, I've said that I have true random access memory. that the answer you'll get is not necessarily at all related to the question you asked.
Mm. Oh man, I was having trouble with something like that, except it was clearly deliberate at the atheism booth yesterday because this guy came by and he spent like 2-3 hours debating with us, which was kind of fun. But every time we'd ask him a why question, like why did X happen, his answer would never be because Y happened. It was always like tons and tons and tons of setup and preamble before he would finally get to the answer. And like it was just sort of very selective and very random, it felt at times. So I don't know.
What, halfway to Psi 10 Bruggen, Kate?
Something like that. I don't know. I just man, it is so hard to get a direct answer out of some people. And he I mean, rightly so, I suppose. He was bitching about being interrupted a lot. But I kept telling him, you're being interrupted because you're not answering the question. He's like, I am. And I'm like, no, you're not. And I would say to him, look, give me the answer first and then explain it. Don't try to explain it first. Because it was clear he was like, well, if I explain the answer to you now, you're going to take it in a way I don't like. So I'm going to have to
Too
like
damn bad.
set this up, set the stage so that it totally means what I want you to think it
Oh, that
means.
is so Psi.
Yeah. And I mean, I get it that people want us to have context for their answers, but it was pretty clear that he was doing it in kind of a shady way.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know.
Oh my, but
Okay, it's almost 12:30 here and I haven't had breakfast yet, so I think I'm going to turn
oh
into a
no.
So,
Yeah,
I will catch you evil geniuses later. Have fun.
gonna hate to say bye bye, but I guess I will have to say bye bye. You have a good
Oh,
breakfast, and
we'll catch you later.
Yeah, have fun.
Take
we'll
care.
give it a try.
I actually have to do some work today.
Give it up, Clarion. Give it up. Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Sorry, I'm deep in my thoughts.
Yeah.
You seem to have a lot of deep thoughts with all the questions you come up with.
Oh, I don't know if they're deep.
Deep.
They're just
Deep thought. Wasn't that the computer in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy that
Yep.
came up with the
Yeah,
answer but not the
sounds
question?
right.
Yep.
42.
Yeah.
little details like that don't really stick with me all that much. Like I've read a lot of books, and some of the character names after a while start to blur.
the one uh, the one thing about the character name that I rather like, I didn't know this until I started watching the cartoons again. The Rocky and Bullwinkle and Friends, when Boris Badenov, the little villain there,
Yeah.
would get frustrated, he would say Raskolnikov. Turns out that's a character in what is it, Crime and Punishment.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I always wondered why it was that Boris and Natasha were clearly Russian, but they reported to Fearless Leader, who was a Nazi.
Yeah, I think Boris had the accent he did because that was either Paul Frees's favorite accent or the one he did best. I think that's the way it worked out. But Paul Frees definitely gave him that accent. And then I guess June Foray just followed along. As far as I understand the story.
Well, What other accents would you give to someone called Boris and Natasha?
Yeah, but then why didn't they give their leader a Russian accent?
Don't know.
Well, actually, the interesting thing is that Boris and Natasha were not Russian. They were Pennsylvanian.
Well, yes.
The really, really interesting thing, though, is to see the very quick evolution of Boris. Um, in the very first episode of Rocky and Bullwinkle and Friends, he's a reasonable height with red eyes, and then he gets shorter and the eyes become white over a period of about 3 or 4 episodes.
Hmm. Been a long time since I've seen it, but I never remembered him being any taller.
It's only about 2 or 3 or 4 episodes where he's tall. And I guess somebody decided that the little guy would be a better depiction.
No clue.
Yeah, I've been watching a lot of Rocky and Bullwinkle. There's a shitload of it on YouTube.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
I'll have to look at that.
I've been watching glass blowing.
Ooh, fun, 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 fun.
The Corning Museum of New York is uh, doing great things, and they have glass blowers from all over the world who come and they make videos, and it's really nice.
That was one place I wanted to visit when I was there that I never got to.
Oh, really? I'm not sure. Like, I don't know New York that well, even though I live here. But I wasn't raised here, so.
Well, I was living in Syracuse,
Oh,
so the Corning Museum was only like an hour and a half drive from there.
Let me think.
My sister just sent me video of getting baptized today.
she's getting baptized today?
Yeah, she got baptized earlier.
Oh,
Oh.
how old is she?
How old is she? She's like 40 this year, I think.
Okay. Yeah, different denominations handle it in different ways.
There we are.
Yeah, she just recently found religion again and is
I'm so
like
sorry.
going full tilt. I know. Well, she's using it to stay clean and sober, so I guess with helping.
Oh, I see.
I don't
Right.
know. I am of mixed feelings on that.
Yeah, so am I. Really, because I mean, what happens if she loses it someday?
Well, and I've too often seen that for a lot of people, it's just trading one addiction for a different addiction.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And
It'll fail. Hate to say it.
that's the thing that I wanted to make sure. I'm trying not to pat myself on the back too hard, but that was the thing I wanted to make sure I did not do when I quit smoking. I mean,
Right.
I had thought of doing the vaping thing, but it was like, no, I do not want to change one addiction for another or one habit for another. I just want to. And yeah, I still have the occasional cravings, and they're hell, but I want to do it this way. So, yeah.
What I think that's a big problem with the 12-step programs is they put so much emphasis on the religious aspects. That,
yes, I agree.
The people who don't have the religious faith, it's not going to work for them.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a book called Rational Recovery.
Yeah, that's right. You brought that up before.
Oh, it's a book. I thought it was a group for some reason, but it is a book. Okay.
Yeah. Someone I know used it, and she had been trying to get clean and sober for a long, long time, and the book worked. But she was atheist, and how do you communicate that? And I think the 12-step program is flawed because it, like, if you fail and you relapse, people say, oh, well, you didn't believe in God enough, or you weren't spiritual enough. It's
Right.
like
Right.
you failed, not the program.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, of course, because God can't have failed.
And of course, if you believe in God, well, you're a flawed sinner anyway. So you're designed to fail.
Mm-hmm.
Never quite thought of that angle.
Well, think about it.
Yeah.
You're awful. You're a sinner. You're basically a terrible person, and the only way that you can be a good person is by joining the club. But
Mm-hmm.
even then, you're still a miserable, stinking, undeserving piece of toady. But God still loves you. You're his favorite piece of garbage.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, if you're not a piece of garbage, then you might get to a point where you don't need the club, and that would be a horrible thing. Because
Right.
they
That's
like the revenue and what other things?
Uh huh.
well, and look at what they did with I mean, they do this with the whole sinning concept. They create the problem and then offer the only solution to it.
Yeah,
And they did the same thing when like porn started to become prevalent. Well, suddenly anyone who watches porn is automatically an addict. And they
Yeah.
need to come to church to get fixed of this. And again, making up the problem and then offering the only solution.
Well,
yeah,
that's basic marketing. You convince the customer they have a problem and your product
Yeah.
is going to solve it,
Mm-hmm.
even if it's something that the customer never thought about.
Landon
Right.
says, I hear the religious sobriety teen challenge ads on my radio every day, sometimes 2 testimonials in a row.
Mm.
I just turned the radio down. And Landon, I think it's very cool that your Oma did glass blowing.
oh
I
That's
think I would just
yay!
break it.
awesome.
I would be so scared of breaking it.
Um, I'll send you a link if you want.
Now,
Yeah.
I've been to a couple glass blowing sites or places or whatever. One was Fenton Art Glass in Williamstown, West Virginia. I went to school right across the river in Marietta, Ohio, and they had a nice little operation going over there. And then there was another place in Mexico. I'm trying to remember if it was in Juarez or if it was in Nogales. I think I think it was in Juarez, across the river from El Paso. That was an amazing place.
Uh, I'm just picking a random one from an artist I know who is very impressive.
Oh, cool.
It's something I'd like to try. At the Minnesota Renaissance Festival, there was a little group there that was always doing it, so I've
Oh,
watched it several
really?
times.
That's cool. We had like the wax, you could do like the wax hand thing at the Renaissance Fair near us, but there wasn't anything as cool as glass blowing.
Well, they wouldn't let other people try it. They were just demonstrating the craft.
Okay, I see.
Here that they're like, hey, if you want to try, we have classes here. You can take a day class, a weekend class, a week-long class. And they're saying that during the thing. The museum is constantly going, and the nice thing is that um when they had their artists there, they're making like unusually large pieces that you normally can't do in a private studio because they're just the,
Mhm.
the it's just not big enough. And here they have like, I don't know, 5, 6, 7, 8 people working all on the same piece.
Hmm,
Someone
that's really cool.
to take the item and put it in and heat it up and take it out, and other people to make sure the blow torches are going, or to hold the wooden shields to keep the artist from getting hurt. you know, all kinds of things, and it's just like, wow.
I have a flower here that my fiance made at the Corning Museum before I'd met her.
Oh,
It wasn't a
cool.
blown piece; it was just a molded glass.
Oh yeah, they have cold sculpture as well.
Oh my.
What piece is it? What does it look like? What color is it?
Mhm.
How big is it?
It's
Tell us about it.
it's like the size of a coffee cup. It's like a tulip or a lily that's mostly orange, but it's got veins of red in it.
Oh,
Oh,
nice.
cool.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have it handy right now, so I can't take a picture of it.
That's fine.
I'm in the process of building some shelves, so I'll have room to display some things here.
Oh, cool.
Lucky, man. Around here, I don't know that I would have enough space to put up shelves anymore. Well, now, do you have the masonry walls, purple?
Yeah, yeah, everything except the wall dividing the bedroom from the living room is
Yeah.
a concrete block.
I kind of wish I had that.
So I take it the shelves are not necessarily going to go up on the wall.
No, they're freestanding
Uh-huh.
units, but
Yeah,
I
that'd
have
be a pain
carpenter
in the
skills,
ass.
so not a big deal for me.
Well, that's the thing I'm going to have to do eventually. I'll wait until I have some extra cash put together. I need to build at least a couple more bookshelves because I have
Well,
no space left for books.
my biggest problem here is we've got those stupid baseboard heaters.
No, no.
So I've had to design the shelves so that they'll lean back against the wall, but at the bottom, I've got about 9 inches that the baseboard heater comes out 3.5 inches.
So, wait a minute. Did you design the shelves to be up on a riser, basically, where it's open, so the air can blow under the shelf, or how'd you do that?
Yeah, well, basically, if I just leave the bottom shelf empty, it'll come through.
Okay.
So, is anyone reading anything? Talking about bookshelves.
I'm trying to read several things, and I'm not getting anywhere with any of them.
Hmm.
um, I'm about halfway through Bellamy's Looking Backward. If you know that
Oh,
one, the utopian novel was written, I think, 1888 or something like that. It was a look
For
to.
me, reading is mostly for research. I'm dyslexic, so reading's kind of a chore. I often have to read the same
Okay.
paragraph 3 or 4 times before I get all the letters in the right order.
Ouch.
what about reading out loud? Does that help?
Slightly better, but yeah. I actually used to read my fiance to sleep a lot.
Aw.
Oh, now I'm just looking up at the books here. Yeah, what are the three books that we've got going over here? Yeah,
I
there's.
just finished a Stephen King
Oh
novel.
my.
No,
Okay, look
I
at.
don't read. I don't read Stephen King because I have too good an imagination, and I'm sure I'd get nightmares from him.
There you go.
Yeah, he's fueled a couple for me.
Yeah, I'm also working on Dubliners and The Hobbit.
Dubliners?
James Joyce.
Okay.
Um, Actually, it's part of an anthology, so going.
I was gonna say that's one of his short stories.
Yeah. Um,
I just read The Royal Art of Poison.
oh,
What is
fun.
that?
It's going through like different royalty like things and looking back and investigating whether or not they were actually poisoned or if it was
Oh,
rumor, because some of them they were thought to be poisoned, and others, it's like different things that might have actually been what happened rather than a poison. So,
interesting.
or was it actually poison? And they talk about the mercury levels, the arsenic levels, etc., etc., etc. Because a lot of their medications also had deadly poisons in them.
Yeah.
Yes.
So once you got sick, you're basically going to get sicker.
Yeah, the British upper class had a unique form of insanity because of the silver teapots. Because tannic acid reacts with the silver.
Well, they haven't gotten into that part yet. But they are talking about like the amount of mercury that they were exposed to
Yeah,
is kind of alarming.
But look at the lead like plates and bowls and stuff that for the longest time they thought cooked tomatoes were poisonous
Mhm.
because the acid would break down the lead and you'd eat the lead and you would get sick and you would die.
the word
But
tomato is actually Italian and it means poison apple.
Does it? Okay.
I
Well,
love tomatoes.
I thought that tomatoes were in the nightshade family anyway, right?
Yes,
And then,
and that's
Oh, I
why,
didn't know that.
well, that's why a lot of people are allergic to them. So it may have been a sort of accidental poisoning that they didn't
No.
understand. If somebody's having an allergic reaction,
Right.
it could actually send them into a respiratory failure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we found out I'm allergic to iron
oh, fun.
and prone to anemia, so that's always fun.
Yeah, I was going to say that ought to work out really well with hemoglobin there.
Yeah. Luckily, it doesn't crash too often anymore. It used to, like all the time, so I would get blood transfusions then when it got low enough. But luckily, I've been stable here for probably about 3-4 years. So
Yeah, they can't figure out what I'm allergic to. They did the scratch test with the 50 patches on my back.
Oh, that
Mhm.
one.
Yeah, apparently I was allergic to the serum. The stuff was stored in, and all 50 patches reacted.
Oh,
Jesus.
Jesus.
Oh, no.
That really narrows it down.
Yeah, so we've got no clue. If you could have told me I'm allergic to cats and sawdust, that would have pretty much explained everything. But
Now, my ex started developing food allergies inexplicably when she was into her 40s. Um, went into anaphylaxis a couple of times. That was fun. Um, but it was shit just coming out of the blue. Never had a trouble with any of it, and then all of a sudden, boom. I think the first time she went in anaphylaxis was from eating Doritos.
That's weird.
Yeah. So now she has to keep an EpiPen with her at all times. A couple of them, in fact. Which, given the price of EpiPens, should be a lot of fun.
yeah, that was one of the ones that Cat had the EpiPens, and one time the insurance didn't go through for some reason. So when I went to pick it up, they told me it was going to be $600.
Yeah.
That's awful.
Mm-hmm.
That's putting it mildly.
Yeah, especially when you're bringing in less than $1,000 a month.
Yeah.
I can't imagine that.
Yeah,
I
and
would
that's
have freaked.
Yeah, drug prices are insane here, and it's because the system is set up that way, and it encourages that.
Which I think is completely immoral.
I think so too.
I hear
I
the
think
whole bullshit about, well, that's where the companies get their money to do the R&D.
no,
But I'm
fuck
thinking
that.
it's a bunch of bullshit because, um, I mean, at the very least, could you just not change the entire R&D structure and get the universities doing it, or
Hmm.
get the CDC in on it? Or they may be in on some of
Right.
the R&D already. Um, get it out of the company hands entirely.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah,
but
there's ways of doing it. I mean, it's being done in other countries as we speak, and research is still a thing in those other countries. So
yeah,
Oh, I hear all kinds of crap about that.
yeah, so do I. And like, I'm sorry, like, especially with my personal health issues, no one is going to talk me out of voting in such a way that I'm for healthcare reform here. I'm sorry, you're just not.
Well, I mean, just compare the price of the same drugs between the USA and Canada, because most of the time they're both getting them from the same factory.
right.
Mm-hmm.
So why would there be a difference in the price?
Right.
I know a lot of people who go to Canada for their health care.
For medications, yeah.
And I
Yep.
know a lot of people
And the
who
dentistry, too.
I know a lot of people who
Mm.
write and sponsor and support legislation to prevent that sort of thing. Yeah. So there's got to
Senator
be.
Wellstone, when Senator Wellstone was alive, he used to organize buses to take people up to Canada to get their prescriptions filled.
How nice. That is wonderful.
Bernie's done the same.
That's good.
He's actually driven people to
Oh,
Canada for help.
wow.
Hmm.
Yeah, the whole thing there. I'm not looking forward to the election season. I'm not.
Oh, who is? Really?
Um,
Right.
Nobody. Nobody in their right mind wants to see this thing happen.
I mean,
Because like we want the aftermath so we know what's going on, but we don't want to experience the election process this time. It was so ugly last time.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
One of the reasons I quit watching TV was I got so sick of all the campaign ads, and especially just all the mudslinging and the unfounded accusations.
Yep.
And it was on both sides. I'm not saying either party was exclusive
Oh,
to that.
right.
It got sick watching it.
But it's amazing when I see how many of the former Bernie or Busters are now burn Bernie down.
Why?
Really?
No, they're not.
It seems that way to
Ruski.
me. Pardon me?
Ruski.
Okay.
Because, like, I have a lot of those people on my, my Twitter, blah, 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 and they're not burning Bernie down.
Because I'm going on a lot of what seems to be Twitter wars between private people, but then again, they could not. They might not be.
Anytime someone gets overtly political in support of Trump, I just turn around and start, oh, how's Russia? Are you in Moscow? Where are you?
Well, there's the one thing.
Hey, Ruski.
It's the one thing I'm waiting to see, and I
Oh,
probably.
shit. Sorry.
Yeah, I probably won't see a damn thing out of it. Is now that Bob Mueller has allegedly finished his report, I want to see how much of it we get to see.
Right.
Part of me wants to know, part of me is dreading it. I know it's out, and I haven't looked it up yet. Like, if nothing can be done, if all this crap he's done is legal, I'm going to throw a fit.
Yeah.
Just to let you know, I'm going to throw a fit. I'm not very happy. I haven't been happy about any of this for so long, and yeah, I just part of me just can't take it.
And the thing is that, okay, if he comes out of this unscathed and everything, how much does that bolster him
Well, what does that
in the
say about our
2000?
politics and what's been going on all this time
Oh
that we
yeah, that
haven't been
too.
paying attention to?
That too.
Like,
Well,
what
you know,
kind of bullshit have we been allowing for
regardless of what the report says
decades?
about Trump, his base will be unshaken. He'll still have at least 30% that'll say he can do no
Oh right. It's a
wrong.
religious thing. It's a religious thing with him. Literally a religious thing.
Yeah, he has basically become a cult figure.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm gonna have to get going. I have a migraine coming on, so
Oh no,
Oh,
do something
sorry.
about that quickly.
Oh, it's okay.
yeah.
Are you all right? Do you have meds for that?
Yeah, I do. They make me drowsy, so I'll
Imitrex
probably sleep.
or
Nope. I'm allergic to Imitrex, but they have me on Emerge,
oh, okay.
um,
Yeah, I've heard of that one.
and it's mostly done great things. I don't get them nearly as often, so
Well, I take Topamax to keep them at bay,
okay. Yep.
but does
That
it?
one's the daily one, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
but then I have Imitrex for when they start peaking, like
Mm-hmm.
showing up. You get that preview.
Mm-hmm. But thank you for having me.
It's the pleasures many much. And it's thank you for coming by. And
Of course.
be
Yeah,
good and have fun. And I know they're
and,
mutually exclusive, but you know.
and if you can still use your eyes, check out the glass blowing. If not, just do what you need to do to get through this.
Yeah,
We'll talk
I
soon.
will. All right. Sounds good. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Take care. One by one. Let's see.
I like her.
She's a sweetie,
She is.
definitely. And then there were three.
And you've only got me for about 45 minutes, just so you know.
Ag foo.
My landlord called me this morning and said, "Hey, come over for dinner. We're having steak and potatoes." And I went, "I get meat? Yay!" So I'm going to go and have some meat.
Yeah, me.
I know. Lucky me.
God,
Apparently they have too much food and I got an invite. Woohoo!
yay.
Up here, meat and potatoes are the only thing that are cheap. Trying to get any kind of produce.
Oh, I know. I try to I go to Aldi's for like my produce
Okay.
and I buy a lot of things like um frozen asparagus. And it's a moderate package of asparagus, but I can get 2 meals out of one package. So, it's pretty good.
Now I can get a pound of Brussels sprouts for about
Yeah.
$3, which I know it's a little expensive, but I'll do some every now and then anyway.
Yeah, see,
Yeah, but go ahead.
Can't get enough of this stuff.
we just have two family-owned grocery stores. For any kind of a chain store, I have to drive an hour.
Okay, now we've got.
Yeah, that kind of sucks.
Are you familiar with Save a Lot grocery chain?
I am.
I haven't really been in them, but I'm aware of them.
Yeah, we've got a Save a Lot right across the highway.
Yeah, I think they've got them in Wisconsin.
And for the stuff I cannot get there, there is an Aldi in Forest Hills, which is a bus ride out,
Yeah.
but not that bad, especially during the warm season.
I keep
Yeah.
telling you, sign up for APS. They'll take you grocery shopping. Seriously.
Well, I was looking at Adult Protective Services, and the only thing I was finding from Pennsylvania, and maybe I was not looking in the right places, was protection from abuse. There's got to be something else, right?
Uh, yeah. Adult Protect. It, if they have a CPS, they should have an APS.
Yeah, they should have some other programs
They,
available.
yeah, and APS is like government rather than uh what do you call it? A nonprofit.
Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah, because I was finding APS, but everything associated with APS that I saw was dealing with elder abuse. So maybe I was just looking in
Mm,
the wrong places. I don't know.
I'll see what I can look up for you.
Yeah, I don't know what's in your area, but there should be some programs, that
I
are
think
specifically
APS is in
designed.
every state.
Yeah, there
So,
should be some programs there that are designed for helping elderly and disabled people to live on their own.
hmm and what do you call it? They do their best not to take your independence. Like if you can cook for yourself, they're like, "Yay!" But if you're having problems with transportation or getting to doctor's appointments or whatever, they'll take you.
Well, I have trouble getting the doctor's appointments, but it's not necessarily because I can't get there. It's for other reasons.
Well, I wouldn't open the conversation that way with them.
Oh, right, right.
Because like I don't know about you, but heat affects me badly.
Okay, yes.
There are other factors. I mean, a lot of people don't like. I've had clients tell me, "I don't want to sign up for that. I'm gonna lose my independence. They're gonna take my money." Blah blah blah, and they don't. I mean, if you needed someone to like watch out for your money, if you have bad spending habits, if blah 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 blah, they may offer to hold your accounts, and you'd have to call up and say, "I need this," and they go, "Do you really need it, or do you want that money for your savings account?" Like, do you really need to do that, or because some people, if they get their paycheck or they get their money,
Oh, I know people
they
like
uh
that.
they
It's
spend
gone.
it they spend it in 24 hours,
Yep.
and then they go, "I'm screwed. I
Yeah.
I didn't even pay my electric bill. What am I gonna do?"
Yep.
That happens
And
around here a lot.
yeah,
A lot of people wasted on booze and lottery tickets within the first week.
yeah,
This is what I don't understand. I don't understand the people in this neighborhood who are worse off than I am. Okay. I'm not wealthy by any means, but there are people who don't have as much as I do, and they go to the lottery window and they're buying $10, $20 worth of lottery tickets at a time, and they do this multiple times during a month. Um, and well, the other thing I'm going to say, and it's probably a bad thing to say, they smoke a pack a day, and it's not that they're rolling their own either. They're smoking a pack of Newports every day at $8. Uh, and they never have any money, and I know where it all went.
Yep.
And they want you to feel sorry for them, and I hate to say this, but I can't, because if I did, I would be handing them everything I had, and I would have nothing, and they would still piss it all away, if you know where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
oh yeah, yeah. I understand exactly what you're saying, but like I get it. There are people who do things or who spend their money frivolously, or like I know a woman who she's very sick. She has AIDS. She has no money. She hasn't been able to work for years. She's got cancer, and she habitually and regularly will spend every cent she has on her daughter, who doesn't need the money.
Take care of
Well,
yourself, lady. God damn it.
Well,
that I can
I
kind of understand because at least it's helping a family member. But yeah, take care of yourself first.
no, seriously, her daughter doesn't need it.
Yeah.
Well, that
She
was the
needs it.
woman.
She hasn't paid her
Yeah.
electric bill. She can't pay her television. She can't pay for cable. But she piled all her money together and she bought her daughter a bed, even though her daughter already had a bed. Like it's almost like she's trying to buy her love when you think about it. But like,
Hmm.
um, I don't know what the dynamic is. Like I don't know what their family history is, and you know what? I don't care.
Yeah.
All I say is things like, "Oh, I would second guess that purchase," or "Don't you think it would be better to do like free babysitting?"
Yeah.
I think that's more important than getting her a bed she doesn't really need. So there's that, but she'll do anything to build up her funds so she can buy her daughter something. And unfortunately, those things don't include her paying her utilities. She's almost lost her apartment a few times because of it.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, I'm not. Please don't think in any way, shape, or form I'm judging her.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, she's in a terrible position. And I know that. And I wouldn't wish that on the world. And if she just wants to be, if it's because she thinks she's dying, um, I, who am I to judge?
Well, and I also have to wonder about, the daughter must be aware of her situation. So shouldn't she say something about
Yeah.
this?
I
Her,
mean,
About, that you should use
her
that money to
daughter,
pay?
her daughter is a cunt.
Yeah.
okay.
So
All
yeah,
right.
that's what I was wondering about, if there's some warped power dynamic going on there.
I mean,
I
even.
would say definitely warped power dynamic, but you know what? As I said, I don't know their history. I don't know what's going on. I don't know like how they are, when she visits or anything else like
Yeah.
that. It's really none of my business.
Hmm.
However, I worry about her. I can't help it. It's like,
Oh,
oh,
yeah.
are you going to be okay if you do that? Like, well, she's also got AIDS, Doc. Oh, it's Orla. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Orla. My vision's bad. She's also got AIDS, so it's she has medical assistance and things like that. So a lot of her medical um issues are basically covered up into a certain reasonable percentage. However, at the same time, any penny she gets goes to her daughter and not to
Yeah.
her own needs.
Well, I mean, if she's not paying her utilities and she's at risk of getting things cut off, that's just, your money shouldn't be going anywhere else at that point.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if she's like, well, I really shouldn't say that online, but I have other concerns about her plans for her own future, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I can kind of follow you.
Yeah. So, I don't know if that's occurring, so I've actually made some phone calls on her behalf
Hmm.
because I'm concerned what she's planning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I would say that she would probably benefit from some therapy.
Now, that sort of thing. If it's what I think it is, I'm no one to say you can't, you can't, you can't. But
I'm not going to say you can't, you can't, you can't, but I'm the type of person who says, um, maybe you need to think about this and talk to someone first.
mhm, that would be
Yeah.
prudent, as long as it was
I'm
someone who
not
could
going to
talk.
judge anyone for their actions, especially, the terminally ill.
Yeah, as
But
long as it was,
I'm
as long as it
what
was someone who could talk rationally about it.
exactly? I don't want this. It would break my heart if it was a desperation type of situation.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Yes.
So um, that's why I've referred her to other organizations that might be able to assist her better.
Yeah. This is. I know when I was doing the mental health therapy thing all the time, and mainly the reason I don't do it now is because I can't get to it easily. It would take me like 3 hours to get there and 3 hours to get back, and not fun.
APS.
There you go.
Yeah.
Um, but I would always get the stuff, and they would always euphemize it too. Have you had the thoughts, and have you thought of hurting yourself? And it's like, look, assholes, you don't know what you're dealing with here. I've got a very different view of this than your book says, and I'll lay it out to them, and I also say, if you have any ideas on doing anything, I will fight you tooth and nail. So,
I've made it very clear with mine that if they try to lock me up, they're going to have a complete oppositional and uncooperative human being
mm-hmm.
because I value my privacy and my autonomy a little bit more ferociously than I probably should, but
Hmm.
or that is natural or ordinary or whatever word you want to put on that, but I don't I don't do well when I feel like I have no options.
Yeah, yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
I feel that most people are just way too loose about their own privacy and autonomy. They give up too much and give up control of too many things too easily.
Yes, absolutely. Um,
I mean, those of us who are using voice, they're probably going to figure out a way to have voice identification soon too. So there's that. When that happens, I'll be horrified.
yeah. Um, and this is, it brings me around to the subject of the conversation. Well, the monologue when I first came in on this. I don't go for the whole platitude thing, and oh, you're fine, everything's gonna be fine. Don't talk that way and everything. And when I mention that, I may say something. If I'm around next year, because fuck, I don't know if I'm gonna be around next year. I might not be around next week, for Christ's sake. Um, and I hear, oh, that no, you don't want to talk that way. And it's like, fuck you. I'm just being realistic, okay? Um,
Well, no, actually, there's that's sort of kind of like cognitive behavioral therapy. When if you were constantly saying if I'm around next year, if I'm
no, I'm
around
not.
next
I'm not
year,
constantly saying it. I'll occasionally. I mean, just once or twice here and there, I might say something like that. I'm not constantly thinking that.
but the point is, if you say negative things regularly, you're setting a pattern in your brain, and you also are having an emotional response to those words. That's why people will interrupt that kind of thinking. I'm not saying you're doing it constantly, but actually telling you Hey, don't say that. That's not a good attitude. Um, that's a good thing because it interrupts that pattern. You know what I mean? If it
Mm-hmm.
became a pattern, it would be problematic. So, you know, like if someone says, "Oh no, don't think that way," or, I mean, it's not like saying, "Oh, I had a shitty day." Oh, don't use curse words. It's like some people are control freaky,
Nice.
but like you should be. If you have worries about your health, there's ways to talk about that which are good. Like I'm afraid I'm not going to be here next year. That's fine. But if you're referring to, "Oh, I don't even know if I'm going to be here next year," that's like that's the problem. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Do you see the difference?
Yeah,
Or
I can see the difference. Yeah, I mean, there's a difference
right,
in
I mean,
tone.
one is, planning, realistic, blah blah blah. The other one is slightly
Defeatist.
possibly defeated, and you don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Like if I said to you, well, you get it. So the examples are done. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I might say something to the effect of, yeah, I'd really like to be able to get back to Carbondale in 24, given I make it that far. One of those deals. Because there's the second solar eclipse in 2024.
Right.
Something, and all of a sudden it's, oh, don't do that, don't do that. It's like, Jesus fucking.
No, like
I
something like that is given I make it that far, but you're also making plans for your future.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a serious illness here, at least as far as I know,
Yeah.
guys. So, let's put it. But no, I'm not supposed to think that. I'm not supposed to acknowledge that. It's like, screw you.
No, you
Um,
can't. You can't acknowledge that, but it's healthier to make
Yeah.
plans.
well,
Yeah, it's
they're
good that at
telling
the
me
same
that I can't
time,
acknowledge it.
yeah, it's good that at the same time you're having things you're looking forward to doing.
Exactly. So if you
Yeah,
combine that, it kind of balances out, makes it a neutral statement
I
rather
am.
than "I'm not going to be here in 2024," rather than "This is something I'd like to do in 2024. I'm going to plan for it.
I mean,
I don't know if I'm going to be able to go, but hey, that's what I want to do."
I almost hate to say it, uh, but in a way, I can see myself being somewhat disappointed if I don't drop dead. Because I'm already looking forward to the stuff I'm not going to see. Like the demise of the U.S. and all that shit.
Yeah, how do I put this? As far as the US in decline, I'm just going to sit there and go, "I told you so. I told you so." As the environmental issue gets worse, I can say to my friends who are very conservative, "I told you so. I'm going to be like the smuggest thing ever. I'm
Yeah,
going to sit there with my hands on my hips and just be like, "I told you." And I'm going to be very happy.
but against those people it doesn't work because they still say it was Obama or Clinton's fault.
Yeah, and
Well,
they will
the
take what
ones
they
I'm
want.
talking about are actually my friends, and they know they can't get away with that. Like, I know people who are just like, "Oh, well, the environment will spring back. It always springs back." Yeah, but that doesn't mean we're going to be able to live here.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean you want to live here. It doesn't mean you're not going to suffer living in it. Like, and I'm not saying, "Oh, I can't wait for the planet to spin out of control," because the planet's spinning out of control and I hate it.
Yeah.
But I'm really looking forward to that smug moment when I can say, "I told you."
Yeah. Well, and we're not going to destroy the planet, but we could very well make it uninhabitable for our species.
Well, we
Well,
have
yeah,
entered the
there you
sixth
go.
mass
Uh,
extinction, and the last mass extinction, from what I recall, we went down to 10,000 breeding pairs. We almost did not make it through that one.
Yep.
mm-hmm. Now,
So,
I'm not saying that'll be a bad thing if the humans don't make it.
uh, there's a few things that I need to talk to Psystrike.
Okay, by all means.
No, I have movie recommendations that aren't your typical movie recommendations that are like they're not the fail movies. They're actually things that I would like to hear a panel talk about
Okay, I wonder
rather
if
than an idiot saying dumb things.
something for let's say Sunday Science or something like that.
Yeah, like something like more useful.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't want to have my smug moment, Mark Caesar, but I've had a few of them with the hurricanes and stuff and the fires. So I've had a few smug moments, so I can be satisfied with that. However, and I love turning around and going, "Oh look, Pakistan is planting trees to combat climate change." Oh, India already did to combat climate change. I have my little moments.
Here in the U.S.,
Oh,
the
the wells in Vermont have run dry. That must be climate change. Yes?
yeah
I'm sorry, I corrected.
here in the U.S. the deniers will just take what little we have for themselves. I mean, that's the American way, isn't it?
Well, see, the biggest problem is that 30% that supports Trump keep voting against their own interest
Yeah, that's what
because
really
they get
riles.
riled
You
up
know
on
who
emotional things like the gay issues,
Yeah.
or they get riled up on religious things.
Mm-hmm.
This is why Bernie needs to be president or vice president. He has gone into communities, he has talked to those people, and he has made his point with them, and he has changed people's
Yeah,
minds. That is why we need someone like Bernie who will take the time, sit down with people, and say, "Have you thought about this?
I
Are
really
you thinking
wonder.
about this?"
I really wonder in 2016 what would have happened. If after the primaries, okay, Clinton won the primaries, if she had asked Bernie to be her vice president.
Things
It
might
would
have
have
been
been nice.
things might have been somewhat different.
Things would have been much more better. She would have won,
It would have got a lot more people out there to vote. Yeah.
even though some of us, like I voted for her, what, shaking and in tears because I hate her.
Oh yeah.
I
No.
really hate her, and I didn't like her husband either.
Uh-huh.
I voted for him too. I didn't want to.
Yeah. I
No,
didn't support her, but
I voted for
had to
Clinton
vote for
because
her
I
anyway.
had to.
Right.
Yeah.
That was not choice A or B is no choice at all. And I keep saying that, and people are like, "Well, it wouldn't work," and blah blah blah, in the electoral college. I hate people who say that won't work. I hate them, and I don't care about people's strategies or whatever. Like when I was growing up, I saw a movie called Orca. Does anyone recall that? Orca? No.
It sounds familiar, but I don't
Well,
remember much about
anyway,
it.
at the bus stop, sitting there, the only other kid in the neighborhood was standing with me, and we were talking about the movie Orca. And he's like, "Yeah, a great white shark though could handle an orca," and I'm like, "I don't know about that, because like they're really smart, and sharks aren't smart." Well, in my adult life, I found out that, and science found out that orca can flip a shark over, make it catatonic, kill it.
Yep. And
And
also
I
that
kind of
orca
want to go
travel in
back in
pods.
time and go back up to David and say, "Hey, David, guess what? You're wrong." But yeah, that's another smug moment.
Yeah.
I'm so smug.
Well, an orca travel in pods. They're not hunting alone like sharks are. So
They
you would have
teach
like,
each other. Sharks don't teach each other.
yeah,
Orca teach each other. Whales teach each other.
yeah, but
Dolphins teach each other.
you'd have like a dozen orca against one shark.
Uh-huh. But they flipped it onto its back. It went into its little like sleepy thing, and they eviscerated him
Yeah.
in
And
front
that,
of humans.
yeah, they're intelligent enough to have figured out that for some reason a shark on its back can't breathe properly.
Same thing with rays and skates. Oh, it's not the breathing thing. It makes them go to sleep. It's like what happens if you flip a crab on its back too? It can breathe. It's fine. It's just something in its little brain goes, oh.
Oh, okay. I had that wrong then.
Yeah, it's just it's a weird type of phenomenon, and they've done it over and over and over again. And they actually, if they're going to like give shots or whatever, they flip it over on its back, not because it can't breathe, because they will pump water through its gills and stuff like that, so that because they're basically keeping the shark motionless. But
Mhm.
it's self-preservation doesn't kick in. It's not fighting. It just and then they can do their little, oh, I'm gonna sew a electronic thing into it, or I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna give it some injections or whatever, tag it, whatever they do, and then
Mm.
they flip it over, and it wakes up, and it swims off, and it's amazing. It's totally amazing. It's great. But it's like, I didn't know about this when I was a kid. And I'm sitting there arguing with David, and he's like, yeah, like sharks, they're just so much cooler. And I'm like, but orca are smart.
Yeah.
They're social.
Well, they're
They're,
cetaceans. Damn.
oh, yeah. I didn't really like him in very much either, though, Landon, because of Tipper Gore going, oh, if there's a violent song or video game, we have to edit those words out because God and people are so stupid. And if you hear a song that suggests suicide, everyone's gonna be dropping like flies. I did not like Tipper Gore. She was completely insane. Do you imagine her as a first lady? I voted
Ew.
for him, but I didn't want him. It was just like, ugh, really? He married Tipper? I wonder about his judgment, you know? But then again, people marry and love crazy people all the time that they don't
Yeah,
agree
I
with.
know. I know.
But really, Tipper Gore? Tipper Gore. What? Even the name. What's your name? Tipper?
Wait, that's her actual name?
Yeah,
Holy
I think
crud.
so. Unless I misunderstood. But, you know, I would have rather had Al Gore, but couldn't get Al Gore. Voted for Clinton. Didn't want Clinton. Voted for
Yeah.
Clinton. Voted for Hillary. Didn't want Hillary either. They need to like have people you actually want. They decide who's good for the club. Like, oh, we're gonna have this person. Why? Why? Is that really
I
the best person for the job? Well, it's the best for our platform. Is it the best person for the job?
I think on every election ballot, underneath each office, there should be a space for none of the above.
Didn't
And
California
if
do
none of
that?
the above gets more votes than any of the candidates listed, they have to
Have
do a new
another
election, and
election?
none of those people can run.
We would end up with no one winning ever. I'm
Well,
afraid.
eventually the parties would have to be presenting some, acceptable candidates.
True. And they would have to do more than just throw money at a campaign. And maybe they could do more than just talk about the same old talking points, aka abortion. Why can't we
Mm.
talk about things like telemarketing? When is there going to be a platform about getting rid of people who prey on the disabled and vulnerable?
Yeah,
Why why
well,
why can't we like get rid of the scam artists?
again, we had been making some progress in that direction, but with the people that Trump has appointed to the FCC now, it's all been reversed.
Well, that was his plan,
I
basically.
don't know. I think the FCC is just a controlled potty mouth.
Oh. Okay, that's a little better. These are a lot better than the others, but still, after a while, they get to cramping the ears a little bit.
Yeah, I hate wearing headphones just because they press my glasses into the sides.
Okay, that's not the problem I have with most of them. The cartilage in the what's the word for these outer ear things? Um, that actually gets pressed to the side of the skull and actually starts hurting after a while.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, but I don't know. I don't have any problems with earphones because my ears are pretty much stuck to my head anyway. Like they don't stick out,
Okay.
so that's never really bothered me.
Well, if I could afford to put some more money into them, I've seen some nice headphones. They're just kind of pricey.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I get
decent
that.
headphones usually are, unfortunately.
Yeah, so I had to settle for the set I could get for $25 at Walmart.
Well, for $25, you sound great.
Yeah, the sound quality's real good on these.
You sound absolutely fine. So
Yeah, they're just they don't have as much padding. They're not as comfortable as like the ones my nephew has.
yeah, I can see that being a problem.
My nephew's a big online gamer, so
Okay.
My nephew is 5 and he had a bad fall a few days ago.
Oops.
Still trying to figure out why he fell.
yeah, I saw you mention that.
Hope it's not anything to do with his little heart.
Well, did he wind up going to the hospital?
Um, I haven't gotten much details because when my sister goes into emergency uh, mode, which is basically anytime that kid gets exposed to anything that he may or may not be able to fight off, because like uh, technically if it wasn't for medicine and interfering medicine, he'd be dead.
Does he have a compromised immune system or something?
Oh yeah. Uh, Everything is the wrong shape in this kid.
Oh,
His intestines, his lungs, his brain. Although you can't tell it, and he is a musical genius. And his heart. In fact, he had like open chest and open heart surgery um, several times before he hit 1 years old, and they
mhm.
had to rewire his lungs, his digestive tract, and his heart needs valves, and occasionally they need to be replaced, and it's $8,000 up front before they'll even touch him.
Yeah. Yeah, my grandnephew had to have a rather extensive chest surgery before he was a year old because apparently instead of his heart being in between his lungs, it was off to one side.
Yeah,
So they had to go in there and rearrange his organs.
yeah, they did that to my nephew. And the thing is, they think it's because his grandfather was exposed to Agent Orange, and
Mm,
it's like being passed down in the genes now.
right. That's caused some mutation in the genes.
Mm-hmm. So there's that, and that's probably the most terrible thing I can possibly like say. Although, him being like kept paralyzed so he wouldn't rip out his tubes and wires and things like that was kind of traumatic for the rest of
Oh,
us watching.
yeah, I can imagine.
and they kept him that way for the first year of his life.
Oh, that
So the kid's been through a lot.
yeah, that would be horrible for that to be going on for that long.
Hmm. Hmm. And he's been in and out of the hospital, and him falling, it's like, was he having a cardiac event?
Yeah.
Because, you know, as he grows, we know we have to get valves changed, or he's going to die. Like
Right.
he's going to look, and the older he gets, the it's like if it's a baby, people will donate and they'll help.
Yeah.
Like, but the older you get, bigger you are, the bigger you are, the less cute you are.
That
Like the less people go, I need to protect baby, and I'm worried about when he's a teenager and growing. If he even grows, I don't
Mhm.
even know. He's so skinny. He's so skinny. But he is a musical genius, so that's a good thing.
I've always envied anybody with musical talent. I've never been able to play an instrument at all.
He, he was writing music before he could even play an instrument, and he was getting it right. It's just kind of weird. I mean,
Yeah.
lovely, but weird. And I'm jealous of the kid, but not of what he's gone through.
understandably.
But yeah, I should probably get going and go to my landlady's and wash a couple of dishes, earn my meat and potatoes. Hey, I'm lucky. I normally don't get to eat meat that often. Like I try to keep it to once a week.
Hmm.
But
I cannot. Oh, yes, I can remember the last time I had beef. A year ago.
oh, beef in itself. Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah,
I had I had I I, I wrapped my asparagus this month in bacon, and I have the rest of the bacon in the fridge.
Oh yeah, me.
Uh-huh. So, if I wrap bacon around the asparagus, I don't need to eat as much asparagus because it's like you get the extra like fat and grease type thing with the fiber and it ends up being, I don't know, maybe four or five pieces of asparagus, and I'm totally done.
I eat quite a bit of chicken, a reasonable amount of pork. But when you're talking, like $8 a pound for beef, I can't do that.
I get
Um,
it. Oh, I had to check the temperature.
the last
No, but
the last beef I had was a steak last Good Friday.
oh, that's pretty good.
My ex and I used to go to a steakhouse every Good Friday because that particular steakhouse was empty. And we'd go in there, the serving staff would be so happy to see us. You know, customers, yay! And
I get it.
yeah, and I was musing at one point. My mistake was doing it
Oh,
online. He said, I wonder if I should get a Good Friday steak. And all of a sudden, I found myself hosting a Good Friday steakhouse meeting down at the waterfront. And it's like, Jeff, what am I doing hosting this? He's, oh, well, you said something. Great. Now I have to be there.
mm. Well, thank you for having me on.
Oh, it is many much the pleasures. It's always wonderful having you on, Faye. And yay, and yeah, what I'm probably going to end up doing, if nobody minds, is I'm probably going to fade into the sunset as well. Um,
Yeah. Well, I got work I should be doing.
Oh yeah, you said that like an hour ago. I'm sorry.
I actually said that like 3 hours ago. So
Oh no.
Yeah, at the beginning of
But
this
I'll
after
talk to
show,
you
huh?
soon. Keep in touch.
okay.
Absolutely, sweetie, and enjoy.
Oh, I'm gonna. Bye.
Take care.
Bye bye.
And yeah,
Talking about meat, I had a weird random question.
yes, dear.
Well, the strict Irish Catholics can't eat meat on Fridays during Lent.
Mm-hmm.
But what happens when St. Patrick's Day falls on a Friday during Lent?
Special dispensation.
Yeah,
No,
it's got to be something
I'm
like that.
I'm not kidding. I remember it in the newspaper here. Pittsburgh's a Catholic theocracy. The last time St. Patrick's Day fell on a Friday, it was in the damn paper. Yeah, you guys can have your corned beef and cabbage. And it's like, oh man.
Okay.
Um, and I think there was even something I looked up just before this last St. Patrick's Day. Um, I guess that's a tradition of
Yeah.
giving the Catholics, permission to eat meat and drink booze.
Well, that's, I started out Catholic, and I remember that, until the Vatican II thing kicked into effect through the late 60s up until like 1972, it was still a sin to eat meat on Friday.
Yeah, because I'm trying to remember now. I was still in the Catholic school system when they changed the rule and started serving us hot dogs on Friday. I'm trying to remember how old I was.
Guess I'm thinking it was about 1972.
Okay, well, 72, I was in high school already, and in my neighborhood anyway, that was long done.
Oh, okay, maybe it was a bit earlier. I don't remember a
Maybe
lot
it's
from when I was
well,
that
maybe
young.
maybe it's neighborhood by neighborhood as well, because a lot of places stayed traditional for a lot longer than others did.
That could be,
Um,
depending on which archdiocese you were in.
yeah, because I think I was in fourth or fifth grade when they started serving hot dogs on Friday. Um, so let's see. If I was in fifth grade, I would have been 9 years old. I was a year ahead of everybody. So that would have been 66.
I would have only been 2 years old then. I shouldn't remember that. But a lot of it's foggy. I only have scattered fragments for anything before I was 14, so it may not be even something that I was actually remembering myself. It may be something that my older siblings were talking about.
Moo. Okay. Yeah, I remember the changeovers of Vatican II. Because I remember the Latin masses, attending them,
Yep.
um, where the guy in the dress faced away from the congregation
Yeah.
while he was doing the whole ritual thing. One of the things in Vatican II was they turned him around where he faced everybody.
Yep. Well, see, there's 15 years between me and my oldest brother.
Okay.
So my eldest brother and my two oldest sisters actually went to the Catholic school. But by the time they were up to 4 kids, my family couldn't afford that anymore, so the rest of us went to public school.
Okay.
And we lived in a heavily Jewish neighborhood, so the church really didn't have any effect on the school district. It was pretty much all run by the Jews.
Alrighty then.
And I guess that's why, I realize in retrospect, I had a far more progressive education than I should have had at that time.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm realizing, again, being on the internet and talking to people in all different states, I'm realizing that what they're getting in a lot of other states is nowhere near the standard that I was getting in the 1970s. And it's bewildering me how some states can be that far behind the curve. Particularly the science and the evolution things.
Yeah, but they do manage, don't they?
Yeah.
Especially.
But that's I was growing up in the Chicago suburbs, and evolution was taught as a fact. Nobody questioned it. It wasn't until I was like in my 30s that I realized there were some people who didn't accept evolution.
Yeah. No, with us was always in the back of the book. You didn't always get there, but it was a lot of this is what happened, but not much of the detail of how and why, which pissed me off because I wanted details. If this happened, I wanted to know what the mechanism was, and I had to wait years for that.
Now, see, I remember getting really good details on it, and about the anatomy structure and that, and how the wing of a bat still had the same bones as our own hand.
Mm-hmm.
And I was being taught that stuff, in middle school in 5th and 6th grade.
Yeah, and this is 7 years. Will do a hell of a lot, won't it?
Well, again, it depends on what area you're in.
The area too, yeah.
Yeah, what city you were in.
Because Cleveland wasn't the worst, but it wasn't the best either. Well, I was actually in the Parma schools. Parma being a suburb of Cleveland. At one time, it laid claim to being the largest suburb in the country. When I was in high school, it had a population of 100,000.
Skokie always laid claim to being the world's largest village.
Okay.
I think the population now is about 65,000.
Curious. I wonder what Parma Let's see what the population is these days. I know you're in there. I know you've got to be in there. Population, here we go. Okay, just short of 82,000 as of the 2010 census, with a 2015 estimate of 79.9.
Mm-hmm.
So it's shrunk a bit.
Yeah, again, it's one of those things that the terms have lost all meaning about what's called a town or a village or a city.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can't go anywhere for a while because Kitty is being too cute sleeping against my legs, so I can't get up and disturb the kitty.
This one's asleep over on the... Well, she was asleep. Yes, dear. At least you weren't climbing the curtains.
Well, he had some wild time, so now he's resting. He was jumping up on top of the kitchen cabinets way up by the ceiling.
Oh, man. She would, except for the fact that the kitchen cabinets butt onto the ceiling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, here there's about a foot between the top of the cabinets and the ceiling, and he's figured out how to hop up onto the refrigerator to get up there.
Oh, man, I miss that. The other place I lived before here had that foot, 14 inches, something like that, above the kitchen cabinets. And I stored my skillets and other sort of things up there.
Yep.
And I had more room in the cupboards below, cabinets below.
Yep.
But not
That's
here.
what Sloth Girl calls the high storage.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is she has to call me whenever she needs something down from there. Because even with her little step stool, she can't reach up there.
Needs a forklift.
Yep. Yeah. Sometimes she'll just text me and say, "Need a tall person."
Oh my, oh my. Yeah, that's. No.
Oh, Shanna just came in.
Say again.
Shanna just came into the chat
Oh.
saying she didn't realize we were still live.
Hello. Yay. Wave, 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 wave. Yeah, still alive. How the heck long has this been going? Okay, 031129.
Yeah.
Not too terribly bad. Total view time in hours 34. Average live view duration 43 minutes 42 seconds. I'll take it.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Okay. I had to read that twice because when I first saw it, I read "just got back from a pimp day." And I knew that couldn't be right. But
Okay, I'm still wondering about what pinup day is. Are you like a
that's
model?
that's the next thing I'm wondering about. Yeah. Are you the
You know,
are you the
are you
letter,
one of those models that they take pictures of you laying across the hood of cars and things?
are you the latter day Betty Grable?
A friend of mine in Syracuse does that. That she's got a group of friends, and they do vintage pinup suits, pinup shoots. And a lot of times they get asked to show up for antique car shows and that dressed in the like 50s outfits.
Okay then. Okay, so you're saying that this is 50s glam.
Yep. Okay, so that is the kind of thing I was thinking of.
Or wait a minute. At the zoo with a bunch. Okay, that works.
That's cool.
If you wanted to do a photo shoot at the zoo, come on down here. It's always a zoo here.
I knew somebody who worked at the Como Zoo in St. Paul. Got a couple interesting stories that way. For one thing, when they had a baby giraffe, she managed to smuggle me in there. Before they thought it was safe to go on public display when the baby was only 6 days old.
Oh my.
So I got to go in and see it.
Yay.
They had an adventure there one year when we had the blizzard and the really bad blowing snows. That in the polar bear enclosure, it had made a snowbank up against one wall. So the people got there in the morning, and the two polar bears were just walking around the zoo.
All right.
They just climbed the snowbank and walked right over the wall.
Well, what were they supposed to do, right?
Well, it was their habitat then.
Yeah.
Fortunately, they stayed in the zoo and didn't wander into the residential neighborhood next to it.
Ha! Such is all the funds.
Okay, Shanna says she'll DM us all pictures.
Oh boy, yay! Hey, talk about 1950s pinup girls. The one that comes to my mind is oh damn, I lost her name now. Um, I gotta look up the name. I see the face. I lost the name. I lost the damn name.
It is kind of funny to see what's in TV commercials now and what was considered risque then.
Indeed. I had the name, then I lost it again. God damn. Betty Page.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Saying 20s doesn't fit her figure. Yeah, again, how the standards of beauty have fluctuated and
Oh yeah.
what was considered an attractive figure.
Well, I mean, if you just look at the Sports Illustrated swimsuit models over the last, say, 40 years, um, there was something to the swimsuit models in the 1970s.
Mm-hmm. Well, and now they're calling, a model who's 14, size 14, a plus size.
Yeah, yeah, which is like, what?
Well, size 14 is the average size for an American woman.
Yes, it is.
So how does that make it a plus size?
Yeah.
It just shows how warped the standard is. That, they're basing it on a standard that more than half the women in this country could never achieve.
Mm-hmm.
I always preferred big, curvy girls myself. Well, all the way back to high school.
Yeah, it seems that I ended up with quite a few. Married one, was in a domestic partnership with another one for 11 years.
Well, nearly all of my serious relationships were, usually with women who weighed at least 100 pounds more than I did.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
But the women who were like that and who were comfortable with it, just the personality that went with that acceptance was what was attractive.
Yeah.
Instead of the girls who were always obsessing that they had to always lose weight.
Now, I do seriously need to drop about 50, but
Oh,
that's only because it's uncomfortable to bend over and tie my own
yeah.
shoes.
And I realize, that, for some people, for health concerns and that, yes. But, this idea that every woman has to get down to a size 8, and
that's a bunch of shit.
well, and the health issues that causes. And something I've actually wondered about that I'd love to see somebody do a study about is, they've got this whole list of things that they say, are risks of being overweight. But have they ever done a study group of people who were, according to the charts, overweight, but were comfortable with it, as opposed to people who were constantly on the yo-yo diets of losing 10 pounds and gaining 20.
Yeah.
And I wonder, are all of these health issues really having to do with the fact that you're 300 pounds, or are the health issues having to do with the fact that your weight is always fluctuating instead of just letting it settle at its whatever its normal set point would be?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know that I'm never going to weigh 120. My skeleton weighs that much. Uh, but I wouldn't mind 180. I
Yeah.
wouldn't mind 175, something like that.
Well, and like I'm 5'9", and when I hit 180 pounds, they were telling me I was overweight. And I literally looked at the doctor and said, I don't know anyone my height who weighs less than I do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember a time, when I was on hard times, when I was down to 140, and I was even told that I looked like shit. And I felt like shit. But food was hard to come by. I think I think when I let me think here. I think I was 11 or something like that when I broke 150. So I was always a big kid.
I was just looking at the link that Landon posted.
Okay.
Robin Adele Anderson. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd had a look at that link. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't mind getting under 200, Shauna, to tell you the absolute truth. Last time I checked, I came in at 228.
Yeah, that's Donna's goal too, is just to get under 200, and mostly it's just because with the MS, her legs hurt, so carrying the extra weight makes a difference.
Ah.
Yeah.
Moo.
Yeah, it's something I've never had to be too concerned with, and I really just I pay attention to my body. It tells me what I need. So, yeah.
Okay, let's see how this
Except for
looks.
sleep. It's not good at telling me when I need sleep.
Okay, we might have something here. Oh, okay, yay! Yeah, you did it right.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Yeah, I can see the pictures on Twitter.
God, I love the bright colors.
I happen to say I'm not so much into the 50s style, but very pretty.
I don't know what style I'm liking. Or at least I don't know what to call it.
Yeah, with the MS done, it has good days and bad days. Sometimes she's fine for a while, and sometimes she gets flare up that she can barely walk for a week.
Eek.
And the heat is definitely a big contributor to that. She can't go outside when it's too hot.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that used to throw Deb for a loop as well. Dear, dear friend of mine um, had MS, and yeah, had to really run the air conditioners and everything to keep the place comfortable.
Ooh, Orla, sorry about the hernia.
Yes.
I just dealt with that about a year and a half ago. I had one resewn. You know, that's actually what got me into the atheist community. It's when I was recovering from my hernia surgery. That's when I discovered bionic dance, and everything snowballed from there.
It did.
Because for 6 weeks I could barely get out of my chair, so I had nothing to do but sit here and watch videos all day.
Well, things do tend to snowball when you discover Kate. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, just because I was kind of binging her videos, and they all had the atheist keyword. Then on the sidebar, winds up bringing up Paula Gia and Professor Stick and Vice Rhino. So then I go checking those out.
Yeah. I discovered a couple people through Paul.
Yeah,
Uh,
several people I discovered because Paul had them on for guest spots.
well, let's see. I discovered Demi, Andy Ordinary.
Yeah,
Trying to think of. Oh, Dan, Purple Dan
yep,
is another
Purple Dan.
one. Big.
And Shannon Q had done a couple of guest spots on there before anyone really knew who she was.
Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate I haven't seen much of Dan in the last year.
No, I've been wondering about him. Was hoping he'd put something more up, but
Um,
mm, or Schoftenberry.
they blocked your account. They ever say why?
YouTube suspended my account twice before I ever uploaded a video.
I do
Or
not
they said,
under.
yeah, they said suspended, but they never gave a time limit and they never reactivated it. I just had to work around it.
Jesus.
So basically, they deleted my channel twice before I had ever uploaded anything. No explanation, just form letters from a bot. No indication any human ever looked at it.
Yeah, things have definitely gone downhill in that area lately.
Yeah, well, it's arbitrary standards being enforced by an AI that, goes by keywords. So if you've got a keyword listed in something, it can't tell if you're for or against it. So if you're trying to trying to talk about why we need to stop Nazis or pedophiles, it'll flag you.
Yep. I mean, exactly that happened to Skylar Fiction when he had.
Oh, is that what triggered his?
Yeah. What was that? What was that Dicky kid's name? The pastor that wanted to kill all the gays.
I know who you mean. I'm terrible with names.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure mine was because I got reported by somebody I was going back and forth in the comments with who was a Muslim.
Okay.
So I think he didn't like my arguments, so he kept reporting me to YouTube. That's my best guess.
Yay, Robert. So wait a minute. What I don't understand here, if YouTube screwed up your account, how did that screw up your Patreon patronage? Matt Powell. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. That little piece of shit.
Vague remark that had to do with VPN. Yeah, they never explain anything. And they really don't give a shit for any channel that has less than 500,000 subscribers.
Yeah. And I'm just under that cutoff, you know? Hell, I haven't looked lately. I don't know where I stand. I know I picked up a subscriber over the last couple of days. Oh, I'm up to 293 now. So,
I actually lost one a couple of days ago. Not sure why.
Yeah, I lost 3. I went from 294 to 292 and then to 291. And well, Donna subscribed not too long ago.
Yep.
And then I got 2 more, I guess.
I'm really surprised that Dawn is getting involved with this with me. And I'm a little concerned with her because her beliefs are, kind of in flux.
Okay.
And I've heard lots of people, say about the deconversion stories, about how hard it was when they gave up religion and that. And I personally didn't go through that. But I could see that could become a major problem for her. Basically, if she gets convinced and gives up religion, I think that, is going to be traumatic on her.
I'm trying to think of good names to suggest that have gone through that stuff and made it out the other side. Because I didn't have that much of a problem with it either. Well, shit.
Yeah, I was never that attached to any of my beliefs.
Yeah.
So for me, changing religions wasn't much more of, that doesn't fit with other things I know, and just kind of shrugged it off.
I mean, I was in my 20s when I was using the A word in reference to myself. That was a little while ago. Maybe Matthew. Yeah, we shall see.
Yeah. And if it comes in progressive steps, it's going to be easier than if it was an all-at-once thing. But, with her hanging out in the chats with me and that, there's bound to be some things that are going to be kind of upsetting with her of, people debunking things she believes in.
Now, Shauna, with me, that's not a problem at all because I couldn't take being with those pieces of shit forever.
Actually, that was one of the things that kind of convinced me of it, is that, heaven is just too illogical. Because if it is like what my oldest brother thinks it should be, that would be hell for me.
Mm-hmm.
There's just no way the two of us could be in the same place for an extended period of time and both be happy with it.
And then, as Jen with one N has said to the would-be Christian apologist, SJ, if heaven is as the evangelicals, SJ, claim it is, then if her rapist repented, he would be in heaven, and if she was in good with the Christian God, she would be in heaven. So the two of them would be in heaven together, and that would be no fun at all.
Dark Matter 2525 did a good video on that.
Man, I haven't watched his videos in a hell of a long time.
Yeah, well, it basically was the idea that, this one guy killed this other guy's wife, and just all three of them wound up dying. I don't quite remember. So they went up to heaven, and of course the guy that was raping his wife had accepted Jesus, so he got in. The woman he was raping was an atheist, so she got sent to hell.
Okay. Yeah, that is the bunch of poo-poo.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean when I said I got halfway through the Bible and I was just couldn't believe they expected me to take it seriously. And I specifically, it's been, a couple of decades now since I've read the Bible, but I know it was specifically parts of Leviticus and Deuteronomy that I found really disturbing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and John's a cool guy as well, Robert. We got a lot of cool guys around here. Oh my word. Yeah, we've been at this about 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
And nobody minds all that much. We might have to start thinking about wrapping things up a little bit because
I
know
I'm
I'm
gonna have
starting
to
to fade a
disturb the
little
kitty
bit.
and get something assembled here.
Oh my! But I'm going to thank everybody for coming by, and I want to thank you, Purple, for coming on panel, and everybody there in the side chat. Thank you a billion.
Well, thanks for having me in.
Yay! And we'll see what happens on the next Midwest Midnight, or what the heck are you calling that?
Midnight Mid-America.
Midnight Mid-America. There we go.
Yep.
Yay!
Yeah, next Thursday.
Throw your channel link in there, would you?
Oh. Okay, I gotta dig it up first.
Yeah.
I'm edging towards the 100 subscriber count when I can get the custom URL. That'll be a lot nicer.
Yeah, definitely.
instead of it just being a string of random characters.
It's a lot easier for me to remember my own URL.
Yeah. Uh,
Yeah, it comes on at midnight central.
yeah, I'm not sure the link it gives me if I have to clip this a bit. So somebody, excuse me, will have to check this and make sure I got this right here. See if this link works.
Yeah, I'll have to see it first. There we go. Let's find out. Oh, look. Beautiful.
Okay.
Yeah, there we are.
Just had to make sure I was trimming off the right amount at the end.
And yeah, I don't know about that. You've got the Midnight Mid America season 1, episode 2, and then next to that you've got Random Stream with some broad I've never seen before. You know, some crazy broad. I don't know who the hell she is. Uh, Everybody jump on that link. Subscribe to Purple and give Purple all the views, okay? By all means.
Well, just 10 more subs.
Yay.
Then I can get the custom link. Of course, that probably would have happened a lot sooner if I actually put up more videos.
Oh, God, I know that feeling. I have to do the standalone videos again. I haven't done one in quite a while.
Well, you know, I got them scripted out, but one thing, hearing my voice in the videos I did do did kind of discourage me. Although Suris gave me some info on how to clean it up a bit. But my main thing is that, you know, I've got the scripts, but I don't know what to put up for the visuals. How to give people something interesting to look at while I'm telling the story.
Pictures of Sammy's son?
Well, that's basically that's as much of the editor as I figured out. I can only do like slideshows so far. I can't even do pictures of Sammy's son because I don't have a camera.
Oops.
So, again, I could do a series of still pictures, but don't have a motion camera.
Oh, my. Yeah, the videos, those are fun. They're not all that bad. You just don't want to use a shitty $15 camera like the first video I did. Way back before I actually had my channel.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Robert.
I notice a lot of us don't like our recorded voices. I can't stand mine. I sound, to my ears, I sound nasal.
Yeah. Well, I often am. I have chronic sinus problems. Mostly, I think mine sounds rather gravelly. Right now, worse than usual because I'm dealing with a cold.
Oops. Yeah, mine's clearing up a little bit since I quit smoking. So that's another reason to stay off.
Yeah. Well, basically, I have the cough as an allergic reaction. So I pretty much have the same as the smoker's hacking, even though I never smoked. And I know I'm allergic to cats, but I can't imagine ever not having one in my house.
Yeah, it's got to be just the way I hear it, Shauna. Well, it's got to be that difference between hearing the resonance in my own skull and hearing my voice come from outside my own head.
Yeah. Yeah, and I definitely seems pretty much universal that almost everyone has said when they started on YouTube, at least, that they didn't like their own voice and they just eventually got used to it.
Yeah.
You know, I've heard that from a lot of people making the videos.
But now my natural voice recorded sounds like total crap. Yeah,
Well, and that's I've got one voice. I'm not even going to try to like do characters or anything.
my natural voice just doesn't come across very well because I was playing around with it. Let me think. Oh, movie night, and I could barely hear myself when I dropped into my natural register. So yeah, that voice there just doesn't sound right with rack the size of a city bus and the whole bit. So that's not a bad thing anyway.
Okay, there we go.
Voice confrontation. Okay. Anyway,
Voice confrontation.
I'm going to look that up. All right, autocomplete. The real reason the sound of your own voice makes you cringe. Okay, from The Guardian. Is your voice deeper than you hear it? No.
There are some parts of it I just need to practice more,
Yeah.
just as far as projecting and enunciating more clearly.
Okay, Robert. That makes okay. Yeah. Now, if I could sound like Karis Crane, I'd be in like Flint. But nah, it's not gonna happen. At any rate,
Okay.
I think we're gonna wrap up if nobody minds here, because I'm starting to fade and you've got some stuff.
Well,
And
Sammy son minds because it means I'm going to stand up and disturb him.
meow.
You obviously don't do it convincingly because he doesn't react.
Yeah.
And that's to Sylvia or Columbia. When he hears them, yeah, he'll react and he'll get right up in the screen. But I also noticed that even when Donna's playing Xbox, that the cats in Minecraft, he knows they're fake.
Okay.
No response to them.
Okay. So there's just that certain feline quality going on there.
Yep. Yeah, a couple of times he's tried to get in a conversation with Columbia.
Oh, well, having the nice day, Robert, and yeah, let's just do this thing, and
Okay.
I guess
think
I guess what I'll say is what I usually say, and thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.
Bye-bye, everyone.